The last 12 months have been, I guess, pretty amazing when it comes to my success at the crease. For me personally, I think I've obviously been able to do really well and I guess have a lot more consistency too. And I think, yeah, it's just a matter of me really trying to spend time at the crease, but also when I get in and know that it is my day at the crease and I'm having a few out in the middle of the bat, just try to cherish that and make it a really big innings rather than falling a bit shorter. The vein of form kind of started over in Pakistan. We had a 3-match ODI series against them and I was able to score 200s and get my highest ODI score as well. I think it's 141 or something like that. And yeah, that kind of kicked it off, having a really good series there. And then we went over to India at the end of last year and yeah, it was an up and down series for me. I had 3 matches, 0, 106, 0. So really up and down there, but yeah, still able to get the century. When I did get that century in India, I did have to fight it out a lot really early on in my innings. I think I was 5 off about 20 balls early on, and yeah, I kind of had to just grit it out a bit until things started flowing a lot more. I think when you are at the crease, and yeah, you are trying to get a big score out there can be a lot of pressure sometimes. I think for me, especially when I start my innings, that's when I feel the most pressure, but at the same time, when I do get flowing and I do get into a rhythm a bit more, yeah, I do feel things kind of relax a lot and I just kind of let my natural game take over, I guess. When I am on 80 or 90 or even closer, I just try to play the same way that I've been playing the entire innings and not change anything too much. I still want to be free and I still want to play my shots, but obviously just being really careful with my hand at the same time. I think my hardest century was probably my very first one, just the nerves and everything that comes about with it, but I was at home in Barbados as well. So having all my family at the ground, all my friends watching, being at home in such a big occasion, I was definitely very nervous as a young 18-year-old. So I did have to battle through some really tough periods against a really good South Africa bowling lineup as well. But yeah, thankful that I got over the line and yeah, that kind of kick-started a run for me too. I think my favorite century that I would have scored is probably a T20 one against Australia in 2023. Obviously a massive game, chasing down 200 plus and a historic night. So I feel like that one definitely is at the top of the list for me. I think for myself, I kind of set goals before every single tour and a lot of the time that is to get 100 or 2 and just to stay really consistent with getting runs as well. But yeah, for sure, I think looking at the year and how much ODI cricket we have especially, it is a really big opportunity for me to get some runs under my belt and hopefully get a lot of centuries as well. So yeah, I would love to be able to get at least 1 century in every series we do play for the year. I think I just try to have my plans really strong before I do go into my innings. I feel like especially over the last 2 years, I've worked really hard on getting stuff sorted off field, like my plans and the way I do want to build and go through an innings. And I think when it does come to the day of the match, try to execute that as best as possible. It's always really good to play in the West Indies first and foremost, but yeah, then being able to perform is even better as well. But yeah, just getting to start the year off really hot, getting a century in really early with a team win too is obviously really special.
And there it is. It's a century. You can hear them. They've enjoyed it. They've loved it as Hayley Matthews, the captain, has graced the situation of the CG United first ODI with a century. A match-winning performance indeed.
The last few runs that I had to get for the 100 against Bangladesh, it was pretty tight because we were chasing 198 and I think probably when I had about 5 or 6 more runs to go, I think the team only needed about 15 runs. And Shemaine Campbell had just come into bat with me as well. But from the minute she came in, she gave me a knock and she said, look, let's get you this 100. So it did get pretty tight. I think I still needed 1 or 2 runs to go when we needed 4 runs. But yeah, luckily I was able to get strike on the last ball of the over, take it over, get a single, and face up the first ball to get the 100. As a captain, you always want to go out and set a really good example. Unfortunately, I've been able to get some runs since I've been captain and I guess lead the team in that sense. But yeah, I feel like it does pull on the girls. They've obviously stepped up a lot so much in the last few years, and it makes my job 10 times easier when they're playing those roles as well. I think when I talk about the future of West Indies, I think just about how much I love playing for West Indies and wearing the badge on a whole. So I do see myself playing for quite some more time, and obviously being the captain of the team right now, I do enjoy leading a lot, and there's so many new girls that have come in who are hungry and want to play and want to be out there. So I think from a team's dynamic, we are moving forward, and I enjoy that, and it's probably a reason why I want to be around still and why I do plan on being around for so much longer as well.
Today I've come down into the bowels of Bridgetown to Wesley Hall Junior School because this primary school has produced an extraordinary amount of cricketing pedigree. Adrian and Raymond Griffith, there's Roston Chase, there's Kyle Mears, there's Rivaldo Clark, there's the Quinton sisters. No, we've got to discover what's happening here and how they've produced so many. You ready? Yeah, you want me ready too? Aline, what are you doing here?
You mean what are you doing here? I went to school here.
Really?
Yeah.
Aline. So what are your memories of school here?
Just playing cricket out here at break time, lunchtime. Probably some of my fondest moments.
Tell me a bit about this. First of all, who are you at school? What kind of character?
Probably a fun-loving cat character. I think probably was a little naughty at times, but who knows?
And you used to run about a lot, or you were inside studying?
No, outdoor a lot.
Yeah?
Always wanted to be outdoor, but still spent some time in the classroom as well.
And what kind of memories come back? What was your schooling like? What comes to your mind when you think about it?
I can remember right here where I used to buy my lunch right under the tree. I had a van right here that I used to play, and how can I forget my first class 1? Right there, was in there with Miss Mullin. Yes, she had something called Flat C.
What's that?
Dare not to cross her. It was looking big. Yes. Near Flat C. Yeah. Oh my goodness, beating back.
How's that?
Hi, good afternoon.
This was her old classroom, so we just came to have a look.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I want to hear the whole story. How did you end up from this little school in the back of Bridgetown, hard to find, down bare one-way street, to the West Indies cricket? How you even got into cricket?
Funny story. I guess just growing up with my cousins, we played everything. I think I came here, got introduced to Richard Clark, played cricket right up just across the road from there, Passage Road. Played a lot of cricket. Then I was introduced to the team in class 3. I played for a while. Then I played right to class 4. I think I took a break first form and focused on football. But the funny thing about that is I got a call from, I think it was Kaisia. Kaisia calling me, telling me Pat Greenwich want me to play cricket. They're setting up on the 19 team and if I would be willing. But I was so focused on football, I wasn't sure about that. I think I went like 1 or 2 training sessions and still wasn't like interested to that extent. And then I think Pat Greenwich had told me, and Richard Clark too as well, because I think when Kaisia had mentioned my name, Richard Clark had said yes. As he called me Lily, he was like, Lily, she can play cricket, but she chose football. Up to this day, I think that's the story he tells some of the children, that I chose football, but if he can put it himself, he think that I probably would have been playing for West Indies years before then. But I think things is happening for a reason. I won't change my path. It lead me right here, and here we are now at my old school having an interview.
You chose football, but cricket chose you.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
We brought along the big hitting Kiana as well because they're besties. Huh? So along for the ride. Tell me a bit about your debut for the West Indies. I mean, that must have been a big moment.
Yeah, if you had asked me 2019, I would be debuting for West Indies, I would have probably struggled because prior to that, I wanted to take a break from cricket because I've been playing for a while and coach has been saying that I have the potential, I have the talent, I should be playing for West Indies. And I remember getting a phone call from Shakira saying that doing some netball against Australia. I remember I told you that I was going to take a break.
Yeah.
And it was like, whoa, I won't know if I will ever have a chance to bowl at Elise Perry, which was a big role model of mine, and Mary Landon and those kind of guys. So I went down to Kensington Oval, I bowled. And kidding not, I wasn't training as much, so I was fatigued bowling. And I remember the coach saying, do you want to take a break? And I was like, no, I'm fine. But
This time you mash up.
I mash up, right? And they said, no, I'm fine. I was home just watching TV normal. I remember I got this phone call. And I think it was Josina calling me. And she was saying that, no, sorry, Miss Brown calling me, telling me, like, you have been selected for camp. And they went silent. I was like, what? Seeing pick up your phone, seeing the same with me. They don't invite me to camp. And I remember my mother said, see what I tell you? Things is happen for a reason. And it don't happen before a time. I remember I was sitting in the room because it was time for selection. And we had to meet individually with Gus and Brown. Never forget it. And I went to the room. And they told me, oh, you have been selected to represent West Indies. I remember it was a surreal moment, and getting my cap from Pony Watch can't get no better than that. You understand?
What a story. What a story!
That DeAndre cousin. Look at your nephew, like. We at Wednesday Hall. Proper left hand seam here. If we got ropey, ain't early. Tell Alex hi. Look at Alex.
We're boss. We miss you, man. How are you? We miss you so bad. We miss you so bad. Get better soon. All right.
Definitely. We ain't meet at CPL.
Good.
All right. Oh.
Hello everyone and welcome to action in day 4 of the CG United Women's T20 Blaze. We have another action-packed day for you. At 2:30, Trinidad and Tobago women play Guyana women, and at 7 p.m., Jamaica women play Windward Islands women. But to kick things off today, we have a big one. It's a top-of-the-table clash. Leeward Islands women battle Barbados women. Both teams coming into this contest undefeated so far. Of course, we continue to bring you live coverage from the Gem of the Antilles, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where we continue to bask in bright sunshine as radiant as the chain of islands themselves. And the venue, just as scenic as the surroundings, as Barbados. They have won the toss today, keeping up with the trend of the tournament for them so far. They've decided to have a bold force, and sliding in alongside me this morning, Mr. Alanson Cruikshank. Good morning to you, Alanson.
Good morning to you, Stacey, and good morning to all our viewers. And top of the table clash indeed, so it should be an interesting fixture.
Yeah, and just to give you the point standings quickly, Leeward Islands, they are on top with 24 points. Barbados women second with 20. Guyana, 16 points. Trinidad and Tobago, 11 points. And lingering at the bottom, Windward Islands with 3, and Jamaica in the stellar position with 2 points. The teams for you this morning: Barbados women, unchanged, Alia Aline captain, Trishan Holder, Asabi Calendar, Shanika Bruce, Alison Gordon, Ebony Brathwaite, Tiani Herbert Mayers, Shamilia Connell, Nijani Cumberbatch, Kelia Elliott, and Shakira Selman. What about Leeward Islands, Alanson?
For the Leeward Islands, Amanda Edwards, skipper. Jazara Claxton, vice captain. Renice Boyes, wicketkeeper. And you have Tonya Martin, Kiana Joseph, Shawnisha Hector, Alia Weeks, Catherine Bean Rosario, Roselle Liebert, Kizig Boyles, Davronique Maynard. That completes the 11 for the Leeward Islands.
So as is customary, Nijani Cumberbatch will open the bowling for Barbados. On strike, Shawnisha Hector. And the woman at the non-strikers end who will desperately want to get her campaign going. Just 4 runs so far in the 3 games that she has played, Kiana Joseph.
Yeah, it has been a below par performance from Joseph by some degree. We'll be expecting her as the West Indies opener in this format to come to this level and to dominate, actually. She has struggled, so she really needs to close off the tournament with some good scores.
Yes, so umpire Maria Abbott says, let's play. And Nijani Cumberbatch to kick things off to Hector. With a stifled appeal to start. Shawnisha Hector scoring the first half century in this tournament. Hasn't really got going since then.
You're a good all-round talent, Hector.
Right away, a big shot. Shakira Selman. Outstretched arms and a shot of authority to start off the blade of Shawnisha Hector.
This was a shortish delivery, and she was onto the back foot in a flash, picking up the length very early, and she was able to just put that one in the gap. Valiant attempt from Selman at the deep mid-wicket boundary, but not able to haul that one in.
Yeah, we do have that strong breeze in across the ground from right to left of your screen. So anything that's picked up there will definitely travel. Oh, and now she's bowled an answer back from Nijani Cumberbatch. So a straighter delivery that just went on, and Shawnisha Hector finds herself going back to the dressing room quite early this morning.
This is an excellent delivery. It was a bit slower. It was tossed up, turning between bat and pad. So that was an excellent delivery there from Cumberbatch. She adjusted well. The first delivery, the previous delivery that she was hit for 6, it was a flatter and faster delivery. This one just giving it a bit more air, just outside the off stump, and it was able to turn between bat and pad. Really an off spinner's dream, that delivery.
Yeah, I was unsighted there. I thought it was a straighter one, but on the replay, I was like, wow, that turned prodigiously back into the right-handed batter. Some good bunks as well. Very slow to start there, Nijani Cumberbatch. And a good breakthrough. But the in-form Renice Boyce, 84 runs so far in this tournament. A half century as well. in good striking form, particularly against the slower bowlers.
Yeah, she have a work cut out for her this morning so far, though, because having turned that one so much with the new ball, we're expecting that as we go further into this innings that you'll see a lot more turn as the pitch dries out just a bit. We have had some overnight rain here. Not much to speak of. This time of year it's not very wet, but still it will contribute to moisture under the pitch.
Looking for a quick single, but certainly Kiana Joseph, after being run out in that game versus Trinidad and Tobago, won't be looking for any quick singles just yet. This one is high, it's in the air. Shamilia Connell settles under it. And after a 6, 2 and 2, 2 wickets in the over for Nijani Komabach, and what a start by Barbados.
This is a very, very important wicket here by Barbados. There was Boyce very early in her innings, second delivery, seeing one a bit flighted up, looking to go down the ground, but in the end carving a bit across it, looking probably more towards the long on area, getting an outside half of the bat, and an easy catch there for Connell at mid-off. So now the Leeward Islands are in some trouble here in the early exchanges in this game.
Yeah, so Amanda Edwards, Captain Amanda Edwards, who has displayed good situational awareness, good judgment with batting hands so far in this tournament. Her team is in trouble. A lot of their runs have already gone back into the hut. A number of their runs have been scored by Shawnisha Hector and Renice Boyce, but she herself is in good striking form, has scored 20 runs or more in all of the innings she has batted in so far. Amanda Edwards, 1 ball to finish this first over. It's a really good over, apart from that 6 that was struck mightily by Shawnisha Hector. And at the end of the first, Leeward Islands in some early trouble, 6 for 2.
Yeah, 6 for 2, Leeward Islands women. Seemed to be a bright start when Hector got that one away for 6, but excellent comeback from the bowler Komabach. Slowing her speed down just a bit and going a bit further outside the off stump, using the turn that's on offer in the pitch, and she has reaped some good rewards so far.
Yeah, it's good to see the youngsters in the lineup for Barbados taking a lot of the responsibility in this tournament so far. You see Nijani Komabach opening the batting, the likes of Brathwaite and Trishan Holder. You'll see them later on. The top 4, really, the younger players. So future proofing, it looks bright for Barbados. So Kiana Joseph to face her first delivery. Alison Gordon with ball in hand. This one is short on the line of the leg stump, and it's been helped for Kiana Joseph to get her first boundary of the contest.
Yes, really a freebie on that occasion to Joseph on her hip, and she was able just to swing gleefully. There's no fine leg in place, and went just one bounce into the boundary in the fine leg region. Very powerful striker is Joseph. Didn't really need a second invitation, and was able to get that one to the boundary with ease, with probably half of one hand.
This one is fuller from Alison Gordon. Much better line on that occasion, but Kiana Joseph hasn't gotten past 4 runs in the tournament.
She will need to come good today for her team, Leeward Islands, especially after losing Boyce and Hector so early. A lot now will depend on her and her experience.
One is that batted in the air just over Shanika Bruce. So a scary moment there for Kiana Joseph. Luckily, she's still there, gets a single as well for her efforts.
It's totally mistimed, that one. In fact, I think she mistimed it to the point that Bruce actually thought he was going to just lob straight to her, but such is the power of Joseph that it still went over and outside of the ring.
So skipper Amanda Edwards to face her second delivery. She has scores of 27, 31 and 20 so far in this tournament. Leeward Islands will greatly hope that she can push on given the trouble that they're in early on, along with Kiana Joseph, and she gets off the mark.
It's important for the skipper. Important for the skipper here to just hold things together for a few overs for her team. I think Joseph will still be aggressive in her approach.
Hit hard, but field is well set for Kiana Joseph. They know the areas that she'll be looking to target. They have someone, the two fielders that are allowed to be out, one on extra cover sweeping and someone at square leg. Driven down the ground, Shamilia Connell cannot get around to stop it. Unable to get down in time, and Amanda Edwards picks up her first boundary of this contest. 11 runs coming from that second over.
It was a good delivery from Garner. It wasn't really a half volley, but such was the bottom hand impact on that shot that it really just sped up as soon as it hit the turf. Connell looked to be struggling from the time she moved off to stop that one, and it went past her quite comfortably in the end.
11 runs coming from that second over, quite expensive given what was done in the first. Leeward Islands move up 17 for 2.
I think this will be a key matchup. Combach looking to turn the ball away from Joseph. Joseph will be looking to access the onside, her favorite side. Not that she cannot score through the off. So it will be interesting to see how the Combach goes here. As you mentioned, the Barbados team, they have not been shy of allowing their younger players to be in very important roles during the games.
It's a bit too leg side-ish to start. A good call there from Amanda Edwards. Scrambling, get that single.
It's leg by call. Yes, and as I was saying about the Barbados team is that they have clearly shown that they have an eye on the future. And that's something that I think that some of the other teams need to consider as well.
One is hit high, far. Audacious shot there from Amanda Edwards, and that's what you'll get from Leeward Islands. They'll continue to play their shots, not shy of putting away a bad delivery.
Well, it is the power play. And that is a good thing that I could also say about the Leeward Islands team is that I think they have approached the power play correctly. Of all the teams, I think, well, Barbados to some extent, especially with Brathwaite in particular. But I think that generally the Leeward Islands team, they have approached the power play with a very positive mindset. Some of the other teams have not really done so. And if you really want to compete at the international level, you have to maximize the power play.
Yeah, speaking about international level, West Indies women, they do have a packed calendar first half of the year coming up. Right after this tournament, they do play Sri Lanka women tour the Caribbean. And Australia women will be right here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Swan just tugging it to the onside. Yeah, so that series will be from March 4th, April 10th, here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And right after that, they head over to the UK. They'll first play Ireland and Pakistan in a Tri-Nation series, and then to that Women's T20 World Cup. So, attacking the power play, given the sort of scores that we have seen, of course, you don't have the likes of Hayley Matthews, DeAndre Dutton, Chanel Henry in the contest. They have a lot of power for West Indies women. Given what we've seen here, given what we've seen on the world stage as of recent, teams are scoring 160, 180, 200 runs quite regularly. on good surfaces and attacking the power play has been instrumental in that. A good comeback from Nigel Komabach to end that over. 24 for 2 at the end of 3.
Yeah, just adjusted her length a bit, just pulled it back slightly and her line to some extent, ensuring that she's not coming a bit too straight. That delivery that was hit for 6 was just a bit too full. There is some turn on offer, but that was just a bit too full, and it was almost a free swing for Edwards, who deposited it over wide long off for a big 6. So it's a good adjustment for Komabach, and that's what you want to see as she develops her cricket. That she's being challenged when she's bowling with the new ball, and of course she also bats in the top order, and that she will be challenged there as well, so that it would only augur well for her development and in the big picture for the development of the West Indies cricket youngsters.
So Shamilia Connell, who has had a good start to this tournament with ball in hand. Got 4 wickets in that last game versus Windward Islands. Quite miserly as well. Hardly any runs off the blade.
It's hit powerfully by Kiana. It was nowhere near out of the middle of the bat, but such is the power that Komabach really had no chance.
Yeah, just preempting the length there, Kiana Joseph. You saw the adjustment going deep into the crease, knowing that perhaps it's going to be a short of a good length, just to allow herself to get the rooms that she wanted to access that area. It's a good use of the crease there by Kiana Joseph. One shot again and swatted to the onside. So back-to-back 4s now for Kiana.
I think that length is actually beneficial to Kiana. It's not the length that you would want to be bowling to her. She does stand on the back foot to a large extent against the pacers, waiting for the pull shot. It's probably her favorite shot, along with the slug sweep to the spinners. So that length I don't think will be what the doctor has ordered here for Connell. Probably should be trying to go a bit fuller and further outside the off stump, getting her to stretch a bit to those deliveries out there.
Yeah, no, some reinforcements on the onside. They've decided to send back someone on the mid-wicket fence, Shanika Bruce. And I agree with you with that length. We've seen her struggle a bit with the ball a bit wide outside the off stump. She does play the cover drive, Kiana Joseph. Shot again and helped again, this time all the way for 6. A length that's definitely fraught with danger here for Shamilia Connell, and Kiana Joseph is all over it.
Yes, it's almost like it's her birthday gift, really. I mean, look at how she played that shot. Very authoritative. She was never in trouble with that length. Very easily dispatched.
All of a sudden, Kiana has rushed up to 20 off 9. Getting in good positions to play those short pitch deliveries. She knows what's coming, Kiana. Quite prescient so far in this over to Shamilia Connell. She's aware that she's going to go short, and she's just waiting on it and just picking her spot. And she has the strength as well, the muscle to take it all the way over the fence.
I think that she probably should come back over the wicket and try to pitch the ball outside the off stump. Let the angle of being over the wicket make it a bit more difficult to tug it through that onside. Yes, we know that Joseph can drive the ball through the offside, but let it just have that benefit of the angle. I think she could also consider some of the slow deliveries that she has been working on as well, to use that as a surprise delivery to Joseph, who is now really looking to attack and will definitely be picking her bat up with intent.
If you're going to bowl short to Kiana, it has to be faster, quicker into her body, tucking her up as Shamilia Connell. Again, much better line that time, tighter to her body. That's allowing her the room to free her arm. Yeah, the angle that you're talking about, perhaps instead of Bruce going back, maybe Asabi Kalinda could have gone back to the cover boundary for that protection if she connected.
It's a much better length. Still straightish with the line, so still targeting the stumps. But it's a much better length, not that shortish length that she's able to whip away quite easily. And it brings the end to the over after 4 overs. Leeward Islands, they are away to a quick start, 38 for 2, going at 9.5 and over.
Yeah, and Kiana would feel good. This is the most number of deliveries she's faced in the over so far, and she's quickly rushed up to 20. Her team would also be saying, yeah, you know, she'll probably be saying, I owe you guys some runs, and today could be her day. She's striking them well. We didn't get to see a lot of her in the tournament because of how early she's been dismissed. But so far, you can say that she's in good striking form. As Nijani Komabach gets a third. Only wicket taker so far in this innings as Amanda Edwards sneaks a single past Alison Gordon at mid-wicket.
Deep backward square leg for Kiana.
That one sat up, it was a bit short. I'm surprised that she didn't go with it, but I think it was a lack of pace why she decided to bail out of the shot, Kiana.
Yeah, she's intentionally bowling a lot slower on Komabach, which is good. She realized that the batters are working with the pace if you bowl up with too flat as a spinner.
One is fuller, pitched up. Kiana looking to take it down the ground. Misses out on that, but again, very slow, tempting from Nijani Komabach.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing from her so far, Komabach.
Into the turf again. Just slowly getting to Kiana. Makes room to get herself a single. Shakira Selman does the clean-up job on the boundary.
Komabach in the midst of a very thoughtful spell here. Like that, she has been challenged by the batters, and she's coming up with her own answers, which is good.
I like that description of this spell so far. Thoughtful. Very much so. It shows that the young lady, her cognitive abilities, they're quite switched on at the moment to these batters. And a return catch. We're talking about how well she has been thinking through her overs, Nijani Komabach, and she has delivered again for Barbados.
This top stuff here from Komabach. Excellent going. She was just able to just give that one just a bit more flight. And was looking to attack it, but not really bending the knee and getting under it to elevate it over the bowler. Still was in between in a half and half position, not over the ball, not under it. And it was a simple return catch for Komabach in the end, which she accepted with glee. So 3 wickets down, all to Komabach in this spell. And she has removed the top order, barring Keanu Joseph. The dangerous top order of the Leeward Islands team after 5 overs. They are now 40 for 3, going at 8 runs and over. As I say, good morning to Mr. Keswick Williams now joining me in the commentary box. Good morning to you, Keswick.
Good morning to you, Alanson. Morning to the lovely people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and to the Caribbean. Leeward Islands is finding himself in somewhat a deep pool here. Sort of missing out again on getting a bonus point, a batting bonus point. Have been scoring pretty nicely through the power play with the batters that they have at the top. Yeah, but Barbados is bouncing back nicely. The spin again, Alanson, doing the trick for Barbados.
Yes, as Aline comes into the attack now, skipper to bowl the last over of the power play. She'll be bowling to the dangerous Joseph. I think that if Leeward Islands had lost only 2 wickets in the power play, they would be satisfied with that. But as soon as you start to go to 3 and more than that, Keswick, you have played a lot of 2020 cricket. The batting team feels that they may have just lost a bit more than they would have wanted to go into the middle overs.
Yeah, I tell you what, when it comes to T20, losing 3 wickets in the power play, it's always going to put you on the back foot. Even though there's a batter there that's going great guns, if you're losing wicket at the other end, that batter then now have to start to reconsider, how am I going to go through this innings? Because if I'm losing wickets at the other end, somebody have to bat to the end. She's going to start to reconsider her shots and may put herself under a little bit of pressure. That's what you see happen normally in T20 cricket around the world.
Aline. This one is whipped over mid-wicket. That's a tremendous shot there from Joseph. 6 runs.
Yeah, mammoth. Something that you'll expect from her. Yeah, she likes to hit the ball on the onside, and anything on the stump is actually presenting that opportunity for her to go to the onside. Yeah, that was hit hard. Really good timing from Kiana Joseph. It was just on the line of the off stump, and she managed to get it over mid-wicket for 6.
So that's what I was speaking about in the last over that was bowled by Connell. That yes, you might want to be a bit straighter on the stump, but the risk of being straight is that she's extremely strong in terms of taking those straight deliveries through the onside. So maybe pushing it just a bit wider across outside the off stump. Again, you see that there's a change of angle. Not to sure I agree with the change of angle. You could keep going over and pushing it towards that wide line. But we'll see how it goes. If it will be successful. Excellent delivery. A Yorker delivery. Doesn't matter who you are, when you are batting, it's a good ball.
Yeah, it's a good delivery coming from a wrong. So there's some positive and negative about coming out wrong. With someone like Aline coming around, those deliveries that we just saw her bowl a while ago, full straight at the middle stump, it's going to be hard to get under those no matter who batter you are. But if you're a bit too short or too full, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Easy work, but easy catch from Selman. Yeah, really good from Barbados. They set a plan and they work towards it. Kiana Joseph has to go.
Just didn't hit that one hard enough. And you have seen that from her in the over so far, and the ones that she has dispatched for 6. Just whipping the ball, not really putting a lot of power into it. But it was timed so nicely. But well judged there from Shakira Selman, taking that overhead. It was on the way to go over the boundary. But they have really put a spoke in the wheels of the progress here of the Leeward Islands now by dismissing Kiana Joseph. So now 4 wickets down within the power play. And they will have to do some rebuilding here, the Leeward Islands, if they are to avert being bowled out within the 20 overs.
Yeah, definitely good runs on the board in terms of, where Leeward would want to be. But the wickets column is not looking so good for them. You would definitely like to say Barbados is more in control because they have seen the back of Hector. Now they are seeing the back of Kiana Joseph. Someone who was going great guns. 27 off 17 deliveries. It's not a norm in this tournament so far that you're seeing batters striking at this rate. Yeah, how happy would Barbados be to see the back of Kiana Joseph? But wonderful catch from Selman out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Always in the gun positions. Reminds me of Khan from Trinidad. Always in the gun positions for Trinidad.
It's very good delivery again there from Aline to the new batter Davrani Maynard, who comes out to replace Kiana Joseph. Yeah, we have seen some excellent fielding at points in this tournament. An excellent catch there from Selman, who, if I remember correctly, while she was playing, at the West Indies level, she had said that one of her favorite players was doing Bravo. And she modeled her game as an all-rounder based on doing Bravo's game. No wonder she's good in the field. Not a Yorker length delivery. So just looking to pull back in terms of the scoring rate. Aline just going on the defensive with the Yorkers. which is not a bad ploy, especially to the new batter. One might sneak through.
Yeah, and this is the question that I'm gonna ask. Being in a position like that, the Leeward Islands, you have lost 3 wickets already in the power play. A question that Kiana Joseph should have asked herself. Yeah, 3 on a chart. This is good. It's excellent bowling here from the skipper, Aline. Ends off with a dot. The score is now 46 for 4. I just want to ask a question, Alan. Say, looking at the position that the game is in, you would expect with someone of Kiana Joseph quality, I want to say, because she's a quality player. Do you think that she should look at the situation and say, look, I've lost 3 wickets already. I am the one. I'm the difference between my team making 85 or 90 now or 120. Should I continue with my hitting, or should I reconsider, rotate the strikes and hit the balls that I know I'm going to go at and I'm going to get boundaries?
Well, it all depends. In my mind, I think, yes, you continue to be aggressive, but then you take less risk. So you could be aggressive on the ground, hit the ball on the ground hard. You will still get the boundaries once she finds the gap. There's nobody who's going to be cutting off the deliveries that she hits well. So it's about assessing risk in terms of the current position of your team. And then you minimize your risk, but you still want good output. So you find a way to remain aggressive. It's a 2020 game after all, but without the risk of hitting too many in the air. Unless you get a real poor delivery that you know you could dispatch for 6. Single to Claxton. Just cutting that one for the square. Claxton is another player that I've been impressed with in all the tournaments that she has played. Bit of all-round quality. Exceptional in the field as well. Another excellent fielder. You mentioned Amelia Khan, who took that spectacular catch a few rounds ago. Like changing personnel. The 2 fielders out to the off spinner. Combash final over the deep mid wicket and a deep square leg. This one is lobbed right back to her. Another wicket for Combash. Davronit Maynard goes. It's really a soft dismissal there. Just looking to push this one on the onside. Playing it right back to Combash. Easy catch. As if the keeper is lobbing it back to you to go back to bowl, Keswick.
Yeah, it's an easy catch for Kamabash. Something that we have been accustomed to by now. The bounce, the turn. And if you realize, most of the games, you get that bounce and turn. Yeah, Maynard has to go without troubling the score. It's something that this stadium is giving you. The pitch is giving you 2 things. In the daytime, it gives that bounce and that turn. But in the night, it don't really turn as much. I'm guessing because of the dew factor. The ball slides on a bit more. It do give a little bit. Not a lot. But in the daytime, the bounce and turn is just amazing here at the Arnisville Cricket Stadium. And for fast bowlers as well, you can get some pace off the surface. Yeah, running rockets around the Leeward Island. Batting now is Kamabash. That's a 17th dot ball.
It's on 4 wickets to her. Your batter is Boyles.
And this is what I was talking about in terms of opening up that middle order. When you're 3 wickets down in the power play. Remember, this is just outside the power play and you're 5 wickets down already. Yeah, loud appeal from Kamabash. It looks a bit high.
Yeah, that will be something that you have to consider with the bounce that she's getting. Height. Boyle is not the tallest of players. Goes back onto the back foot. Even if it was going down the leg side as well. Look at where the keeper ends up. Way down the leg side. So accounting for that turn as well. Good decision from Abbott. Umpire Abbott.
Allowed appeal again. This time the finger goes up. Kamabash is running rockets around the Leeward Islands team. This is a 5th wicket now. Yeah, the bounce, the turn. A lot of turn.
And a lot of bounce as well.
And a lot of bounce, Allenson.
I think she would think that she's a bit, well, very unlucky there, Boyles.
Yeah, I just want to see it again for me and for us here in the combox with the bounce and the turn. I'm probably thinking that it may go over just a thought, but she's a short young lady, so I'm guessing that umpire Abbott is using that, probably saying it may take the Bills off. But from us here at the combox, I really think that may would have gone over. But that's not our decision, and that's not our job, Alan, sir. Yeah, that's a 6 wicket down for Leewards.
They're now in dire straits, the Leeward Islands team. The vice captain is still there, Claxton. 1 from 1. A lot will be dependent on her now. She'll be on strike as Martin comes out to join her. And they'll have to see how they can bat to the 20th over now with only 4 wickets in hand after 7 overs. Aline will continue. Feelers out, a sweeper cover, deep square leg and a deep mid wicket. A deep backward square leg. Rest of the field, there's a third out as well, a fielder at the third boundary. Short, fine leg. A mid on, a mid off, an extra cover, backward point. In addition to those who are out, I've mentioned before. It's another good delivery there from Aline. Just outside the off stump. Tends to get the ball to come back into the left-hander.
This is really good stuff from Barbados, and I'm not really surprised because this team turned up to this tournament and you could have seen a plan and they're executing it quite well. They're going for that Yorker again.
I think that the return of the skipper has helped them quite tremendously, along with the inclusion of Selman back into the team. I think that bit of extra experience and tactical nous has really made a big difference to the team, as opposed to the last competition where the talent was there, but you just needed that bit of on-field guidance from those with experience.
And that's what you need in, I'll say, in every team around the world, that experience, looking to get a quick one just in front of point. Also, we have to remember that Tiani Herbert Mayers haven't bowled as yet, and she's one of those bowlers that whenever she bowls, she tends to pick up wickets. Yeah, that's Selman on the screen there. Played for West Indies for a number of years. She brings that wealth of experience to this team along with Alia Aline, who is the captain now. Just looking at this Barbados team, Alans, and I'm going to ask you to just please imagine a Dutton and a Matthews in this squad. We would have definitely got some fireworks.
Good delivery again from Aline. Well played by Martin. Martin has shaped fairly well so far since she has come out batting at number 8. Yeah, you mentioned the inclusion of those two. And obviously be a very strong Barbados team. They're already strong without them, so
Fuller length delivery again, almost going through.
yeah,
A really good spell here from the skipper, leading from the front. Keep bowling her dots, creating that pressure. They are already under pressure. So Claxton, who is probably the batter who we know at the crease, who can score runs, she would have a lot of work to do. No ball. Just hitting the pad, looking to go full again. And ever since she asked to come wrong against Joseph, well, that's a free hit. We have been bowling a fuller length Alanson, and it has been working well for her.
Of course, with the single, they can change the field. But they already had quite a defensive field. Oh, the long on is going back and the sweeper cover is coming up, which I think is a good decision. It's quite an inviting boundary down at long on. Much bigger boundary to cover. Excellent delivery. That's where you want to bowl if you have a free hit, Keswick.
Yeah, this is just good stuff from Alia Aline, and I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing from her. Alia Aline coming back into this team is somewhat a huge ray of sunlight for Barbados. Yeah, she's really shining nicely on the Barbados team.
The only thing is that she'll be saying that she wants to replicate that delivery now of a legal delivery so that she could get the wicket. But good delivery. If you miss, I hit.
And it comes back to that comment that I made the other day. We were discussing it. The reason why Barbados is so good, their spinner, they pick up wicket most of the time. They're always in the wickets. But their pacers, they're not really going for runs. So the pacers create that pressure, and the spinners then picks up the wickets. For the other teams, the fast bowlers, they leak a bit more. And then the spinners, you can bat them a little bit easier. You can score off them a bit easier.
Cornell back after expensive first over where Joseph got a few away off her. 14 in her first over. A single there to Martin brings the vice captain Claxton back into strike. As you mentioned earlier, a lot now is dependent on Claxton. Not just as a leader in the team in this situation, but also as a top order batter. Now having to bat with the tail. It'll be interesting to see how she negotiates it. How she utilizes the strike. Martin has shaped okay so far, so I don't think that she'll be looking to take strike from her. It's beaten outside the off stump. Not a bad time to be bowling for Connell, especially after being treated harshly in her first over, Keswick.
Yeah, after that first over, was looking to go a bit short into the pitch. Kiana Joseph take a liking into her. She's back now bowling to Claxton and Martin, who definitely have to bat as deep as possible and have to watch how they score. Have to be very mindful. Not a lot of batting to come.
Seems to be defeating her with that slow delivery now on a couple of occasions. It's to wait on the delivery for the singles at this point, Claxton. Beaten outside the off stump with a bit of a wing movement. So,
looking at Claxton, and this is probably the fourth delivery passing just outside the line of fourth stumper, so back in the pitch. Seems a little bit uncomfortable with those deliveries. Smashing it this time over mid-off. Yeah, picks up a boundary. A well-needed boundary for the Leeward Islands.
yes, that one was a bit fuller. She was able then to go down the ground. Doesn't look like she's as comfortable probably cutting the delivery. But she's comfortable there, just punching that one down the ground. Probably haven't gotten accustomed to what Connell is trying to execute in the over as well.
Yeah, that one was a little too wide. Too much to the width. That's what I'm talking about. That delivery there, probing just outside the line of the third stump, fourth stump area. She looks like she's a bit uncomfortable. If she stays there, she would be fine. Anything has a bit more width, she would definitely score off it. Yeah, dot to finish. Score is 5-6.
Aline to continue to Martin, dead ball. For Martin, there's a feeling on the tournament boundary. There's a fine leg, a deep square leg. Those are the three who are out. And there's a backward point, a cover point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, and a fielder at mid wicket. She drives, oh my goodness. That would have been an exceptional catch. But it just eludes her, goes to the boundary for 4. So 4 runs to Martin. But that was an excellent effort by Cumberbatch at mid-off.
Yeah, really good effort from her. And today is her day. Picked up 5 wickets already. That would have really put some flowers on things for her.
Well played by Martin. Sneaker single as well. Powerful throw. They're looking for an extra. Oh, that would have been close. Would have been close. But good aggressive cricket still here from the Leewards. Claxton never really in trouble for the run out. I think she's one of the fastest over the ground in the competition. But they were definitely interested at Martin's end. Keeper didn't gather in the end. I think it would have been close.
Yeah, they don't want to be doing anything too tricky, Leewards, but it was good on their part, looking for the second. Yeah, we realize that Aline is looking to bowl that fuller length. Not looking to go in the pitch. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, that fuller length.
Yeah, that's basically where she has been operating all day. Even her first over. Of course, given the situation of the game then with Kiana Joseph going great guns, he went on the defensive and seems to be working for her, so she has not really changed it. As the saying goes, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Paxton now on strike. 4 fielders out, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg. There's a change now, the deep mid-wicket is coming in and the long on is going out. Is it? The keeper is reminding her that there are 5 outside the circle. So the long on goes back up to mid-on. Sweeper cover is out and the third field on the tournament boundary. Prevent firmly, but good feeling of our own bowling.
With a feel like this, Alan, so just probably think that a little bit into the pitch. But off, on is up. If she only miss her length, Claxton is that type of batter that can hit her down the ground. Right back.
So one just coming off the inside edge. Perhaps with the position that they're in the game at 62 for 6, Claxton being the key wicket at this stage, it may be, just thinking outside the box, it may be that they're actually encouraging her to go down the ground to see if she would do something injudicious to get her dismissed. Because they don't want her to be batting maybe until the 19th or 20th over, Claxton. So maybe they're trying to buy a wicket, Keswick.
Looks that way.
Oh, and that's dropped. I tell you what, she was already turning off the pitch because of her follow-through. And it came back down the pitch. It would have been like that catch that Mitchell Stark took in the Ashes a few weeks ago. Just diving back in the opposite direction to your follow-through. All the weight going in that direction. Oh, and it would have been a blinder.
Yeah, it definitely would have been a good catch. Looking to bowl that fuller Yorker length, turning out to be a full toss. But what happened? Josiah Claxton going across that one, not coming down straight. Bat coming from slip going to the mid-on. And that's the reason why she got that leading edge back to Alia Aline. She should have been a catch. With the standards that we have seen from Barbados so far this morning, it should have been 7 now. But we're going to take a small jinx break here, and we'll be back to continue this encounter. We're back here at the Arnisville Cricket Stadium. And guess who's with ball in hand? Tierney Herbert Mears. Genuine wicket taker for Barbados. After taking 5 wickets off her allotted 4 overs Cumberbatch, we have another off spinner with ball in hand. Someone who consistently take wickets is Tierney Herbert. And someone who was consistently taking wickets when she was playing as well for the Leeward Islands Stacey and Adams, how are you? Good morning.
Well, I've never played for the Leeward Islands, but
Windwards, that is right. Apologies.
that's okay.
Let's see alignment with the Windwards.
It's a big shot down the ground, and Nijani Komabach ran in a bit too quickly. And that one sailed over her head and landed on the cushions quite comfortably. Would have landed in her hands and would have been a simple catch, but the wind factor here, she needs to get accustomed to that. She was herring in Nijani Komabach.
Yeah, understanding this ground is very important when fielding, especially on that side. The wind, remember the wind blows across the ground from the ledging stand to the Michael Finley Pavilion. So that wind factor is very important. Just remember she's an off spinner as well, so the ball is coming in. Right-handers definitely gonna line up that Michael Finley stand.
Just getting their feels right. Barbados. 3 on the leg side now for Jazara Claxton. A 5-4 field.
Well, I know someone like Jazara Claxton likes to sweep the ball. Yeah, the spin, the bounce. This is what we expect from Tierney Herbert Mears. So I'm guessing she's looking to go down on the stump, going away from Claxton. This time a bit too short. In the pitch, just a single. Just a single to end things off. Leeward Islands is up to 70 for 6.
You look at the score, 70 for 6 after 11 overs. They are definitely scoring quite well. But it's that wicket column. That's the hindrance right now for Leeward Islands. If these two manage to string a partnership together, can well see themselves getting up to comfortably over 120. Tanya Martin so far handy knock from her in for her first game of this contest, replacing Kimberly Anthony. Jazara Claxton along there with her, spending time in the middle, and they can afford to do that because we have already seen the power on exhibition from both of these batters. So Kelia Elliott, a leg spinner with ball in hand, I think she's a favorite of our co-commentator, Alanson Cruikshank.
Yeah, he likes a leg spinner, don't he? Loves to see them roll their hands over, short into the pitch. And there's a lot to like about Kelia Elliott. 1, she's a leg spinner. 2 is how calm she is at her bowling mark. She never really looked flustered whenever she's bowling. And she picks up wickets for Barbados. She also spins the ball. The only thing sometimes you have to look at when it comes to Elliott, she always give you that bad delivery, that full delivery. And that's what I'm talking about. A different batter would have probably met it on the full, hitting it down the ground or through mid-wicket. Yeah, but in this case, Martin didn't even get a bat on it. So better batters will score off Elliott because of that full toss that she usually serves up. But whenever she gets it right, she can definitely be a handful.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We've seen a number of the batters not prepared to use their feet to come down to the pitch of the ball in this tournament, apart from a few. Just staying in her crease again and just laughed in that one over the head of Tiani Herbert-Mears, looking for the second, and she's sent back. Apart from a few, we've seen Campbell use her feet well, Shakira Selman as well, coming down to the spinners.
Just looking at how Barbados use their bowlers. Keelia Elliott for this tournament. A shot into the pitch. Some work for the field around there, and that's eased into the boundary for 4. Yeah, it was badly lined down the line of the leg stump. Yeah, it's an easy shot.
Yeah, I really think the fielder could have done better there. Not sure if she picked it up right away. Struggled to get around there to her left. In the end, putting in a football flow. Allowed appeal, but one is outside the line of the off stump. Yeah, Shanika Bruce. Not a bad over to start from Keelia Elliott. 76 for 6 at the end of 12.
When you look at the Barbados bowling lineup, you can always say for sure that, well, for this tournament, Elliott is always bowling that 11th or 12th over every game. I've never bowled an over inside the first 10. And this one just down the long on. A single.
Yeah, it's a role that it's seemingly that's where they want to use her. I recall as well last year, that's where she would bowl. She would come in very late into the attack. Picked up a 5 wickets haul as well against Trinidad and Tobago last year, being introduced late into the attack.
Yeah, looking to sweep is Clarkson. She's that type of batter. She likes to sweep the ball. The pitch this time is cutting out. Sweep. The experienced Selman have been patrolling that boundary. Start of the tournament, we realize the feelers that would be on the boundary for some teams, for most teams, the boundary riders. So definitely is a boundary rider for Barbados.
Yeah, it's a position she's occupied largely throughout this contest and tournament so far. One flighted. Zara Claxton is quick enough to get down. Yeah, I think Barbados will be wary of a recovery, this rebuilding process by these two batters. We saw the projected score on the screen a while ago, up to 125. They'll be looking to get that breakthrough. Still looking comfortable in this partnership so far.
That bounce and turn again from Herbert, and she needs to get a wicket. Barbados needs to get a wicket because looking at the score now, 79 for 6, a dot to finish, but this partnership can be a little threatening here for Barbados.
Yeah, Leeward Islands, they narrowly missed out on a bonus point earlier on. Yes, they had the run rate up to 7, but they lost 3 wickets in that power play. So Barbados, on the other hand, they gained the point. And I'll get that bonus point system to you shortly in terms of how teams can go about to gain bonus points. Shanika Bruce, new bowler, had a decent spell against Windward Islands. Operated at the administrative center Endo. Change of ends for her in this contest. See how she fares.
Yeah, and this is good for Barbados because they are packed with a lot of paces. A lot of teams mostly use their spinners between that 6 to 15 overs or so, and then bring back their pace. And probably there's a last 6 or 5 overs or so. Barbados is thinking different. Yeah, finding the gap. Finding the gap is Martin. Would it get to the boundary? Getting close. Yes, it did. Yeah, picking the gap nicely. It was outside the line of the off stump. Yeah, first delivery from Bruce.
Yeah, valuable runs added by Tanya Martin so far, giving herself room, but it was wide enough still. Managed to access that gap on the offside. Now they have changed the field. Shakira Selman going back. It's a good gap finding there by Tanya Martin. Valiant effort with bat in hand from her so far, proving why she should be in this contest today. Now down the ground. Healthy bat onto that one, but Nijani Komabach is in the way on the long on fence. Yeah, it's important for Jazara Claxton this innings, I think. She's had a scratchy start to the tournament, but we know her capabilities with the bat in hand. And it's important that she continues to stay there and rebuild with Tanya Martin. Still a long way to go in this batting innings. And although her timing hasn't quite been there, still 14 off 22. Might be just a matter of getting one away out of the middle. That might really kickstart things for Jazara Claxton. But Tanya Martin now on strike. Good over so far, 6 runs coming from it.
Well, the position that the Leeward Islands is in, Stacey, they don't need to do anything out of the ordinary. They just need to bat smart, and this is not smart. You're already doing well. The projected score, something that we haven't seen for the tournament, is up to 126. You have lost some wickets earlier. You're building a partnership here. A slower ball from Bruce, trying to give herself some room. Yeah, only could find the captain, Alia Ali, in that short cover. An easy catch for her. Martin has to go for 23. Score is now 85 for 7.
A valuable knock from Tanya Martin, and I'm sure Leeward Islands and their fans would have been hoping that she could have continued for a bit longer, but the partnership is broken. Shanika Bruce, a timely partnership. She's been looking to give herself room to hit through the offside, Tanya Martin, but that bat face was always angling to the leg side. The somewhat of a top edge, and it settled nicely into the hands of Alia Alin because of the angle of the bat. Perhaps if she's been looking to attack it with that bat face heading into the offside, probably would have connected a lot better. There's a new batter in, Roselle Leeward. Losing wickets, Leeward Islands. Not at good times, especially after there was somewhat of a recovery between two.
not really needed. Just looking at that wicket, Stacey, you would have expected that the Leeward Islands would understand that we're in a good position. Don't need to do anything out of the ordinary. Yeah, giving herself some room, Martin, but still trying to go through the onside. Her bottom hand taking over. So the intention to score is there, but the technique, that was the problem there. A lot of bottom hand, that shot causing her demise. Punch down the gong hard. Come on, Bash, doing the clean up. Flighted delivery from Tiani. I want to ask something, Stacey. What do you make of Tiani Herbert Mayers as a bowler? Saw her last year, coming back this year. What do you think of her?
Yeah, I think she's grown tremendously in terms of the role that Barbados wants her to play. One of the impressive things about her is the resilience she has shown and the ability to bowl at either end, particularly to the right-hander coming from that end. She has exhibited great control for a youngster. So that end bowling to the right-hander is an off spinner. It's easier for them to hit with the wind in that direction. But since she has started bowling from that end, and as I say that, she tosses up a full one that Rizal Leeward missed out on. She has really shown a large grade of control.
Yeah, I could remember her last year. That front leg used to go a bit higher. Used to kick out that front leg. Now that is in control. You can see her release point, looking to release it from a higher trajectory. Cutting nice is Claxton. Yeah, good work from Selman out there on the sweet boundary.
Yeah, a lot will rely now on Claxton. I think the Barbados team will be looking at the score now up to 91 and perhaps thinking to themselves, Leeward Islands should not get anywhere close to 100, particularly after they had them about 56 for 6 or so earlier on.
That's the reason why the feeler is set. She's that type of player. Anything that is coming down on the line of the leg stump, she would sweep it. And she usually sweeps the ball with a lot of power because she looks for a boundary from her sweep shots. Bounce and turn a little bit too much there now, a wide delivery.
Yeah, just not able to adjust to the right-handed batter quick enough there, Tiani Herbert Mayers.
Looking to go big, only a top edge. Falling in between Tiani Herbert Mayers and Alia Aline. Just a single to finish things off. But 94 for 7 with 5 overs to go is really putting yourself in a commanding position. Lee was just a wicket column. Yeah, but doing well. They just need to finish well. At least if they can finish about 5 runs or so per over in this last 5, would definitely put them in a position that they would be happy about after that start. The Leeward Islands 94 for 7.
Yeah, 94 for 7, 15 overs bowled. At the end of the 10th over, Leeward Islands was 62 for 6. So rebuilding process done by Tonya Martin and Jazara Claxton. Now it's a case of can they finish well and how many more can they add to this 94 they have found themselves to. To join me for the rest of this innings, Mr. Alanson Cruikshank. Hello to you, Alanson.
Hi, Stacey, and good day to all our viewers. Somewhat of a recovery here from the Leeward Islands team after being 47 or 6. Vice captain at the middle or at the center of that recovery, Claxton, but solid innings as well from Martin, batting at number 8. The remaining batters, they will have to stay with Claxton here for the next 5 overs or so. See if they can get maybe 6 runs and over. Even 5 runs and over will get them to a workable total that they should be confident enough to think that they are well in this game.
Yeah, and as a young player with tremendous talent, Jazara Claxton with bat and ball, or already see how great she is in the field also. You'll want to see from a West Indian perspective, someone who has already made that West Indies team, predominantly recognized as a bowler, but we know her all-round capabilities. If she can stay and manage the innings well for the next 5 overs, it's something that's been lacking in the tournament. I think the decision-making around when to go, when to even take the single in an over. Haven't seen a lot of players, especially even some of the experienced players, show that sort of sound judgment and decision-making. We'll love to see that for the rest of this tournament, and perhaps it can start here with Jazara Claxton, 18 of 25, and she has the tail to bat with.
She's currently batting with Leeward, who, based on the shot that she played that last delivery that was lobbed in the mid-wicket region, I think that she has to reconsider her approach. Her approach should just be to get a single as often as possible to get Claxton on strike. The field is quite well spread. Just get behind the delivery, use some soft hands, and be off for that single. Claxton will definitely be up for the single. Never shy of a quick single, or is Claxton.
So Bruce to continue, getting that wicket in her first over. Starts well, full and straight. Looking to keep the stumps in play. And of course, I say that about Jazara Claxton from a Leeward Islands perspective. I think Barbados will be having other plans. They'll want to get rid of these 3 wickets as quickly as possible to limit the amount of runs that they have to chase in the second innings.
Yeah, given what has happened so far in the tournament, there is not as much pressure, I think, on the Leewards, because having gotten to 94, quite a few of the innings have not even gotten to 94 in the 20 overs. So I think what they're getting from now on, they may see it as, well, let's just see how many we can get to. Not to say that if they get to 120 that it's a foregone conclusion, of course not. But there's some running repairs here to the helmet of Leeward.
Yeah, Barbados, they do have the highest run chase in the tournament so far. Chased 111 for victory against Jamaica. There are some issues with the helmet there for Roselle Leeward. Looks to be all set to resume shortly. So Bruce to bowl her second after that long delay. And again, she's full and straight. Just where she wants to be. Leeward is just looking to really hack that across the leg side. See the angle of her bat is always leaning towards the leg side. So a good area to be so far from Shanika Bruce.
This is good bowling from Bruce, not just because she's bowling to Leeward, who is down at the tail of the batting, but the skills that she wants to execute here will be transferable to other situations when she has top order batters in at this stage.
It's one too much to the leg side, a bit straighter on that occasion. Leeward unable to get any sort of bat onto it.
I'll say the first two deliveries were perfect. I think that one, she's fortunate that Leeward didn't get something onto it with the fine leg in the circle especially.
Yeah, but you see the plan, she's trying to keep it as tight as possible to the stump. This one going all wrong there for Shanika Bruce. It's a wide and the steal a single as well.
She's trying to bowl in that probably midland leg block hole. Just going too far down the leg side, that delivery, and slightly missing the line as well, the previous one. Brings Claxton into strike now. He's been out there for 25 deliveries. He's on 18. He'll definitely be comfortable now with the conditions.
Yeah, just looking to drive that one, Jazara Clarkson, but hitting it into the turf. Not the quickest bowler, but still implementing that slower delivery, Shanika Bruce. And again, a back of the hand, slower delivery. Is showing her good skills. Jazara Clarkson looking to access that offside fence, but unable to get back onto it.
He's just looking for a bit too much power, I think. Claxton has to wait on delivery. As you mentioned, Bruce is medium pace and she's bowling slower deliveries on top of that. So you have to just wait on it, try to time it in the gap. Outfield is fast. Still will get value for your shots on the offside with only the sweeper cover out.
Bit tough. Come out of another delay again, the umpire. Just over the head of Keelia Elliott. He will challenge the boundary and he will get there eventually. So a much needed boundary of the bat of Jazara Clarkson that takes the score now up to 100. And at the end of 16, Leeward Islands 100 for 7.
Yes, that's better. That's better from Claxton. Didn't try to hit it as hard as she was looking to in the earlier part of the over, and she was looking a bit squarer as well. Although that one peel off the outer half of the bat, she was probably looking more for the extra cover region as opposed to down the ground, which I think is a better approach given the way that Bruce is bowling to her. So getting the rewards on that delivery. Leeward Islands up to 100 now off 16 overs. 24 legal deliveries to go. How many will they get to?
8 overs ago, it looked as if 100 was never on the cards. But they have fought their way to 100. 4 more overs remaining. It's just a matter of Jazara Clarkson. If she can face as many balls as possible, Brazil Leeward, her job now will be, if she can't get the boundaries away, just take a single, get Jazara Clarkson back on strike, get her facing as many deliveries as possible.
Yeah. Goes back now to an earlier spell where Aline was bowling to Claxton, and I said that she's probably trying to buy the wicket of Claxton, because now you're seeing the difference now. Claxton has been there now up to the 16th over and the score is now up to 100.
The May has to continue. Gets one in her area. Leeward. She gets that single and gets Jazara Clarkson back on strike.
Maybe what the effort from Mays just to bowl maybe a little bit slower and a bit shorter to Leeward when she gets her back on strike. Out.
A bubble 2 times, but eventually holds on. Nigel Cumberbatch. So Jazara Claxton has to go back. And they needed that wicket to stay around a little bit longer. Leeward Islands. And Tiani Herbert Mayers does the job for Barbados.
Yes, that's backing off the delivery a bit, and it's the off spinner who's turning away from her. So never could have gotten any power into that shot. If she had stood in her stance and tried to punch that over the mid-off, she would have cleared mid-off very easily. But just backing away from that delivery. And another wicket there for Herbert Mayers to add to her tally for the tournament. But a massive wicket for Barbados, coming at the right time for them, I must say. And seeing the back of the vice captain for the Leewards means that they now will have the tail of the lower order. Just numbers 9 and 10 out there now. The backline number 11 to come.
Yeah, that bounce and turn again, her undoing. And as you rightly said, perhaps if she has stayed in her stance, it was short enough. She had room on the offside. She could have just hit that through the offside, find the gap. Could have been an easy boundary. Just using the turn and the bounce perhaps would have been a better shot there from Claxton. She's gone now. New batter, Catherine Rosario.
Interesting shot first up there from her. One is turned for a single. He's off the mark. But Mayers, she consistently gets that bounce. Even when she bowls a straighter delivery, that doesn't get the turn. So she's a tall off spinner, high action. Bounce is always there.
They'll take any runs they can get. No, Leeward Islands. Be important if they can also bat out the rest of the overs. We mentioned accumulating bonus points, but just as important to deter the opposition from getting those bonus points also. And if they are bowled out, Barbados will gain another.
It's very true. And it will close the gap between the two. It's a very important game, as we remember. It's a top of the table clash. He was slightly ahead in terms of points at the moment.
Yeah, shot into the onside. Some work there for Shakira Selman, who does well. But finding the gap well on that occasion, a shorter delivery there from Catherine Rosario. In the over as well. The end of 17, 105 for 8.
Yes, 105 for 8, 18 legal deliveries to go. Maybe looking for maybe 120 now. I think while Claxton was there, they may have been thinking about 130. But I think now 120 there or thereabouts would they will be thinking of if they can bat out the overs. Only 2 wickets in hand. And looks like it will be Keeler Elliott to bowl or leg spin in the 18th over. It's not a bad ploy given that you're bowling to numbers 9 and 10.
Yeah, and also they'll be hitting to the harder side to hit because of the wind direction. But that one was tossed up on the line of the leg stump. Healthy bat onto it. But good field setting. 3 fielders on the ring, on the onside, on the boundary.
Yeah, there's a deep mid wicket to deep square leg, a long on out, and a sweeper cover.
I did promise you I'll mention how you can accumulate bonus points. The overs are traveling so quickly. You're unable to get your awards in, especially with the spinners operating. We'll see how best we can do that after this delivery from Elliott. Drag down delivery. So, safe to say, from what I've seen so far, Barbados have accumulated 2 bonus points in this game so far. I'll start with the bowling bonus points. That first power play 1 to 6. If you take 3 wickets or more, you get a bonus point. In the middle over 7 to 15, you take 4 wickets or more during this period. This one is full, it's tossed up, hit well into the gap. Not a lot of power, so enough for Shamilia Connell to come around and do the cleaning up. They get a single. So just to continue, in the middle over 7-15, if you take 4 or more wickets during this period, you get 1 wicket. And because they took a heap of wickets in the power play, they did not get that bonus point. It's one hit back to Keelia Elliott. She lost it for a second. Johnny Cumberbatch looking for the run out, but they managed to scramble another single. So in the death overs, 16-20, you maintain an economy of a run rate of 5 or fewer runs per over. During this period, you gain a bonus point. Safe to say they have restricted them to 5 or fewer in that period because they had a very good start up front. Leeward Islands. And then in the entirety of the innings, if you bowl out the opposition within the allotted overs, you gain a bonus point. So at the end of 18, Barbados woman 109 for 8, and I'll let you know the batting bonus point shortly.
Yes, Lee was 109 for 8, and just with 12 deliveries left, we are looking for them probably in the region of 120 at the end of this innings. If they do bat out the 20 overs, only 2 wickets for Barbados to take. But you mentioned those bonus points. It's actually very commendable for the Leeward Islands, having lost 6 wickets so early, to go through the middle stages when you have the spinners bowling in these conditions that are offering some good bounce and turn, for them to keep those wickets in hand even through that period without going ultra defensive as well.
Yeah, indeed so. Shanika Bruce, change of end for her. Pull on straight again. Just mentioning the batting bonus points in the first power play. You achieve a run rate of 7 or more runs per over with 2 or fewer wickets lost. You gain a bonus point. And Leeward Islands, they had 46, but they lost 3 wickets, so they did not gain that bonus point. And in the middle overs, 7-15, if you maintain a run rate of 6 or more runs per over with 3 or fewer wickets lost during this period, you gain a bonus point. And in the death overs, achieve a run rate of 8 or more runs per over. During this period, you achieve a bonus point. Unable to get her away, Catherine Rosario. And in the entire innings, you score a total that reflects a run rate of 7.5 or more runs per over. You will gain a bonus point.
Okay. So that includes when you're chasing as well, which is why they didn't just say 150 or more.
It's slightly in the air, but to the right of Ebony Brathwaite, to the left of Ebony Brathwaite, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, so if you're chasing and you have a total to make, it will be good for you to get that bonus point if you can overhaul the total going at a run rate of over 7.5. So the points are in place really to get them to focus on the key areas. I want to show if a lot of attention is being placed on it in the team meetings and the planning, and if it's more just focus on win however you can. But I think the points are in place really to get the players to start thinking about the areas that they need to improve on in order to compete at the international level.
Yeah, and straight, full and straight. And Shanika Bruce gets another. So they're doing a good job here of getting close to getting that other bonus point. Barbados, 111 for 9 at the end of that over as well.
Yes, it means that Leeward will be on strike for the last over. The final batter comes out to bat. He reminded us that if they are dismissed in the 20 overs, that Barbados will pick up a bowling point, bowling bonus point.
Yeah, that one just crept under the bat of Catherine Bean Rosario. No position to get any sort of bat onto it. The last over coming up from Shamilia Connell. Also would like to add that Leeward Islands, they have the highest runs in the tournament, batting first so far. Previous best of 110 by Jamaica.
I think that has been an aspect of the tournament that has been a bit disappointing for all viewing. Has been really the scores have been quite low.
Yeah, no clear of the highest runs overall in the tournament. Barbados chased 111. They managed to get up to now 112 with that wide. Some box have already been ticked off somewhat by Leeward Islands. It's one into the gap. Good work there by Alison Gordon, but it's the area that she's looking to target. A tight bottom hand there by Leeward.
It's excellent running. Gordon, it's a bit of a longer boundary from that side, although you're throwing with the help of the wind. And they were able to take one with the throw. Get Leeward back onto strike.
Yeah, young legs of Alison Weeks at the non-strikers then as well. One hit straight down the ground.
They'll keep this one down to a single. Brings Weeks onto strike, so he's batting at 11. So far, what we have seen from the Leeward Islands is that the entire batting lineup seems to at least know how to hold the bat. With the exception of maybe number 10. So we'll see if number 11 can keep the wicket out, can keep themselves there. So she's able to get a single now. So she has done her job. She'll be hoping now that Leeward faces the remaining 3 deliveries.
Yeah, I should be happy with that. Alison Weeks, Alia Weeks, I beg your pardon. Known for her fast bowling. Yeah, known for her fast bowling, but able to get off the mark. Add a run to her team score as well.
Another single to Leeward. Yeah, so looking at the action so far, seem to be getting close to that 120 where they want to get to. Beaten outside the off stump. Quite an ambitious stroke there from the number 11. Looking to punch that one off the back foot on the up. Probably should have just gotten across, gotten behind it and run off for the single.
Yeah, and with the width offered outside the off stump, deep, there's no deep third, so perhaps could have just looked to guide it down to that region. Yeah, so 118 for 9. Leeward Islands, they finish on. They started the innings quite well off the blade of Kiana Joseph. Barbados bounced back quite nicely. Put them on the back foot, especially in that power play. A mild recovery by Jazara Clarkson and Tonya Martin, which sees them up to 118 for 9. 119 for victory for Barbados.
Yes, very good innings from the Leeward Islands. I think they managed the middle period very smartly, given the fact that they had lost 6 wickets by the end of the 7th over. So they were able to mount a recovery. I think the partnership between Claxton and Martin was a telling one. And if they are to come up and defend these runs, I think that is where they will look back to and thank those two for their efforts after being 47 for 6 after 7 overs.
Yeah, so not too long now before the chase. And do stay with us. As Barbados women look to stay unbeaten. Both teams really looking to stay unbeaten in this contest. Barbados women requiring 119 for victory. So stay with us. We'll be back in about 10 minutes or so.
Yes, good day and welcome back to this fixture. Barbados women taking on the Leeward Islands women in the CWI T20 Blaze, the women's T20 Blaze, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Lovely multi-island state, 32 islands and keys. And Barbados, they would need 119 from 20 overs. Windward Islands getting up to 118 for 9 in their 20 overs. Here with me, Alanson Cruikshank. In the commentary box is Mr. Keswick Williams. Good afternoon to you, Keswick.
Good day again, Alanson. Definitely Barbados. Think it is safe to say they do have a hill to climb, but someone who's going to help them climb that hill and will have to be doing a bulk of the pulling here in the power play. The Ebony Bratwit. Ball in hand is Hector.
Hold on, strike first. Christian Holder just defends out in the offside. That's a good technique. Holder has a lot of shots as well. Holder, not a powerful player, so looks to ding the ball around, tap it into gaps and get runs. To use the pace as well behind square on the offside and onside. Two fielders out, a fine leg on the boundary, and third is on the boundary as well.
Well, the Leeward Islands definitely have put themselves in a good position, I would say. 18, sorry. Kiana Joseph give them that start in that power play, but sort of lost their way.
She's bowled. Top delivery there from Hector. Just on the top of off stump. Was looking to punch this one on the offside was Holder. He was bowled all over the shop. Coming back in prodigiously between bat and pad.
Yeah, that inward movement from Hector. Good seam position. That just doing a little too much for Holder. Usually look for the ball. They're going away because she's an offside player. Yeah, that one coming in sharply. Hector, first blow. And Holder have to depart. He's gone without scoring.
Early introduction now for Nijani Cumberbatch. Took 5 wickets with the ball. Opened the bowling, batting at number 3 for Barbados as well. One who they are investing in for the future of their cricket. So far, the investment seems to be returning dividends. Hector will be looking to see the back of Cumberbatch as well.
Yeah, well, with that inward movement, if she's always attacking the stump, and she likes to use the pitch as well. She likes to go in the dirt. So that feeler at fine leg is always in play. And she do have some pace. Would have preferred to see maybe a fine leg, square leg.
Pitched up, oh, lovely delivery. But this one seemed to probably have gone the other way, as Cumberbatch is looking to drive on the up, beaten outside the off stump.
Both teams do have batters that likes to go hard in the power play. And that short ball, that's what I'm talking about. She likes to go in the dirt. Saw that earlier from Kiana Joseph, someone that we may see some fireworks from. Ebony Brathwaite.
It's a young batter. She has gotten off to some quick starts so far in the tournament. Hasn't got to a half century as yet, but generally striking close to 200 per 100 balls. So I think she's probably the one who has the highest strike rate in the tournament. That will be verified a bit later. Very short. Well over the head of Brathwaite. I think that one bounced a lot closer to the bowler Hector than to the batter.
Even though she likes to go in the dirt, it must be within reasoning. Can't waste it.
Short delivery, pulled away. It was a spanking shot, but well intercepted there by the fielder at a shortish mid wicket. And she does brilliantly to keep that down to a single. Fielder there looks like Boyles. Just waiting while Brathwaite gets ready to be on strike. She'll be facing up to Claxton, the vice captain. Important knock by Claxton in the Leeward Islands innings. Was able to shepherd the innings after the loss of 6 wickets within the first 7 overs. They were able to bat out the remaining 13 overs, mainly due to her and to Tonya Martin's intervention. So here comes Claxton now to Brathwaite. Outside the off stump. Didn't think that one bounced as much as Brathwaite would have hoped. All right.
She's that player that likes it short. She pulls the ball well, but if you give her too much room outside the off stump, she then goes over cover. And when she do go over cover, she hits it hard. A loud appeal from Claxton. Umpire Crawford unmoved.
I see that there may have been some contact with bat. Just see the replay. May have been some contact with bat on that occasion.
And when you look at both teams, Alanson, really the two teams in this tournament that you would say have been playing the better cricket. Their bowling is good, so to their batting. They both have someone at the top who can maximize the power play. They have batters in the middle that can bat through and carry on from whatever that was set at the top in the power play. And they do have good fast bowling. The only thing that I would say Barbados probably is a little bit better in than the Leewards. It's probably their spin bowling department.
Yes, and that may come in consideration in this chase in terms of which way it goes. Short delivery there from Claxton wide. They do have some pace. Leeward Islands pacers, but they have to be mindful of their lines and lengths. Don't want to be giving away too many extras. Although the score on the board is a solid one, based on the context of this competition and what we have seen so far, it's by no means a mammoth one.
Not a lot of time that we have seen projected scores going over 120 this tournament. So to see that this morning from the Leeward Islands, this volume, how they have been playing their cricket.
This one is punched down the ground from Brathwaite. Should get to the boundary. One bounce, second bounce. It's into the boundary now. Almost a half pull, half punch. But real powerful shot there from Ebony Brathwaite.
Yeah, you see it and you hit it. That's what Ebony Brathwaite is saying. It was on the line of the off stump. They're getting that front leg out the way. Just a couple bounce into the boundary. That is. Get that front leg out the way. Skip.
This one is driven uppishly, but in the gap. Seemed to come off the outer half of the bat, but goes to the boundary quite easily. Seems to have a very good bat there, Brathwaite. Coming off the edge, but speeding away to the boundary.
Yeah, it was in the air for a while. But it shows how much power. Across that one, hitting the outside edge of that delivery. It went that.
Claxton getting some outswing on that delivery. As we mentioned throughout the tournament, the seamers from all the different teams tend to maintain a very upright seam. So they do get the ball to move around a bit. That one just with that outward movement, getting the outer half of Brathwaite's bat. Hector now will continue to combat 12 for 1 at Barbados. Nice looking drive, but no run. Martin does the fielding at mid-off. One of the things about the Leeward Islands team as well, they're a very good fielding team. It's wider. Being outside the off stump on this occasion now. So she has played 4 deliveries combat. She has looked to drive at least 3 of them. Seems to be a shot that she likes. But Hector seems to be of the opinion that she'll be able to dismiss off that shot. There's a slip in place. It's a shot. This is pulled and it's dropped by the fielder at mid-on. Never looked comfortable as it was coming towards her. Didn't really get into a position that looked as if she was going to take that catch, Kesri.
Yeah, it was pulled with a lot of power. A shot into the pitch again. Hector, she likes to go into the pitch. Yeah, but she was never in position to take a catch there. But she did save a boundary. A short delivery again. Into the body of Ebony. Getting out of the way of that one. Even passing the keeper as well. She likes to bowl a short delivery. Getting under, getting between the legs of the keeper.
You know, there at mid-on was Davronik Maynard. The name that we know in cricket in the Caribbean, Maynard. Off the back foot again is Brathwaite. That goes all the way to the boundary for 4. Seemed quite innocuous at the beginning, but the mid-on fielder had no chance, and once it got onto those mats, looks like that one is the bed cage sports mat, then it sped away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, can she get going? Can she get going, Alanson? Pulled through the gap this time. It's a single. Looking to maximize this power play. Ebony Bratt with something that she's accustomed to, but just a single, but she's on strike for the next over. The score is now 22-1.
He'll be on strike to Paxton. Interesting to see how she approaches bowling to her. We saw that in the last over. She used a short delivery, but only once in the over. She preferred to go a bit fuller. She's getting a bit of swing. And that is aided by a breeze that is blowing from right to left on your screen now. So she's getting a bit of outswing to the right-hander. But the slip is in play. It's Joseph. So to the cover fielders. And having said that, then she bowls one shortish down the leg side. A wide call by umpire Crawford. Shorter delivery again, just played back to her. So that's where she's probably looking to bowl. She doesn't want to go too full to Brathwaite. With her power, she's probably thinking that I don't want to go in that drive. Saw her get a drive away to the boundary quite easily in the last over, off of what was probably about a half of a bat. So she's just going back of her length. She has to be mindful of the pull shot as well. Brathwaite strong on the pull. This one is high in the air. Who is under it? Kiana Joseph, and that's out. She never looked like dropping it. You saw it all the way. And that's the big wicket of Brathwaite. Claxton takes the key wicket.
Yeah, that delivery looked like it usually give us some problem. In the pitch, straight. Doing a little bit too much again for her. A easy catch for Kiana Joseph. She's not going to drop those. Not going to drop Ebony Brathwaite either. She has to go for 14. The score is now 23-2.
Yes, looking at the delivery, it's something that she got away with in Claxton's first over, where it wasn't a really short delivery, but she was able to punch it over mid-on. However, we also mentioned that Claxton is getting the ball just to swing away. And so that one eluded the middle of the bat. It's an interesting shot that she's playing, Brathwaite, because she clears the front leg away. And she's swinging over that mid-wicket, mid-on region. I think if the length is a bit shorter, then it's a good approach. But I think when it's that full, I think she needs to be aiming straighter down the ground and maybe through the offside.
Yeah, it's not the first time we're seeing that shot from her. And it usually goes for like a skyer. She tries to bully the ball down the ground when it's that length. Probably would be more fitting if she can probably just run it down to third man. She's always trying to hit it down the ground.
Asabi Calendar is a new batter, and that's a peach of a delivery. That's a Jaffa.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm sitting in the come box here, because people probably would have missed that as well, or probably would have nicked it. Not a delivery you want to get first up, walking out with one of your most aggressive batter back in the hut. This is one of the reasons why she was selected last year for West Indies. Claxton into the pitch again.
Yes, looking again to pull that, not quite short, so she's not bowling out and out short delivery. They're looking to pull what is really a back of her length, and she's a skinny type bowler, Claxton, short in stature, whippy type of action. It seems to be onto them just a bit earlier than they are prepared for it. Nice looking punch off the back foot. Slight misfield from the fielder there. Looks like Boyles. So they're able to take a single. It gets Calendar off the mark. Calendar and Cormash number 4 and number 3 batters here. So both openers having been dismissed by the Leeward Islands so far. The first 4 overs.
Well, they understand the position that they're in and they need to bowl well. Came out. Been doing a fine job. Missing both openers. Just a little too straight.
And that ends the over. After 4 overs, Barbados, they're going at 6 runs and over. They're 24 for 2, having lost both openers. Cormash is not out on 2, and Calendar has come to join her. She's not out on 1. Claxton and Hector, they have taken a wicket apiece for the Leeward Islands. Hector will be bowling a 3rd over. A long spell here for her this game. Slip still in play. Yana Joseph. One is wide outside the off stump. Wide signal by umpire Abbott. When you look at the last dismissal from Ebony Brathwaite, you see her caught Anna Joseph off the bowling of Claxton, and you might think that's just a little nick down to slip. If you have not seen the replay, it was a sky that went to slip. Slower delivery. To be the backhand of the hand version.
Yeah, not really surprised that Hector is bowling her 3rd over. With this, Leeward is trying to continue to keep pressure on these Barbados batters. Because if you realize the Barbados team, they always get off in the power play, which makes it easier for them in the middle. So with their main contributor in the power play gone, which is Ebony Brathwaite, if they can maintain or tighten the screws in the power play here, just remember they have someone like a Kiana Joseph to bowl her spin, and Edwards. Usually difficult to get it away when the field is spread. So probably the second time Barbados is going to be going under a bit of pressure to score. While batting second, cutting it straight to the fielder just in front of point. This is the reason why Hector stayed on the ball. This reason to take wickets for her team.
Yeah, that one just leaving her a little bit. She looked like she ended up stretching for that cut shot. Never really got the timing onto it. Coming off the bottom of the bat. Easy catch there. Looping to the fielder at cover point. And she didn't make any mistake. It looks like Claxton is the fielder. No mistake made there for her. So another important strike here for the Leeward Islands team as they look to defend 118.
Yeah, for me it was a loose delivery. You could have seen the disappointment on Cumberbatch face and the reaction as well. Pretty sure that she tried to get it over the fielder. They're losing a wicket again, Barbados. Spot of a bother here.
We'll confirm who the fielder was in a while. Claxton is actually at backward point. The fielder who took it is at cover point. Aline, the skipper, out here now for Barbados to do battle. Drives. Oh, and that's a misfield here by the fielder at the cover after just taking the catch. She'll be disappointed with that. Seems to be a substitute fielder as well. The over comes to an end after 5 overs. Barbados in some trouble here at Arnersville. They are 28 for 3, pursuing a target of 119 in this important top of the table clash in the CWI Women's T20 Blaze 2026.
Well, the Leeward Islands is continuing with their opening bowlers. Josaria Claxton is with ball in hand again. This will be her 3rd over. And this will finish the power play. Looking for wickets is Leewards. Ploy here right now for Leeward Islands is to keep tightening the screws. Try to take as much wickets in the power play. They do have some good spinners. They do have Kiana, who will bowl her 4 overs. Just want to welcome back Stacey in the come box. Short delivery, punching through the legs. Definitely get 2.
Yeah, very nicely done by Asabi Calendar. Just punching it nicely. Nice technique. Getting it through the gap. It's a situation that they haven't found themselves in, Barbados, throughout this tournament, really. That partnership at the top between Ebony Brathwaite and Trishan Holder has already brought about 103 runs of 92 deliveries in the tournament so far. Today, that partnership failed. And in so doing, it has created pressure for the others to come. That partnership usually, as you mentioned, Kesrick, would give them that control at the top and makes it a lot easier for the batters to come. But now, in a position that is an anomaly for Barbados in this tournament so far.
Just remember, the Barbados team never batted first in this tournament. They have played 4 games, batted second, and this is the second time that they are put under some pressure. The first 2 games, they won those games pretty easily, batting second, and the way how they went about it was how they played in the first 6 overs. The last 2 games didn't go to plan. Yeah, cutting nicely. Too much width from Josaria Claxton. Yeah, clinical.
Yeah, she just needs a little bit of width. Alia Aline, She's strong in that area, will be quite productive in that area if you continue to bowl her width. Too much width, as you mentioned, offered up. Gets in nice position, nice stable balance at the crease, and pierces that gap between cover and point.
Cannot bowl there. Someone like Alia Aline with the talent she possesses. They're going short into the pitch again. Both bowlers for the Leeward Islands love to go into the pitch, likes to bowl the shorter deliveries. For some reason, the Barbados players, even players throughout the tournament, haven't been able to control it. Skipper is definitely gonna bowl this over now. It's the end of that over is 36 for 3.
Yeah, scoring at a runner ball, Barbados, really where they need to be to get to a victory in this match. However, they have lost 3 wickets, 3 very important wickets. Mention a bulk of the runs have been scored by the opening batters, 103 so far in this tournament. Trishan Holder went in the first over, and Ebony Brathwaite followed her soon after in the power play. So it'll be a test of the mettle for these middle order batters. Asabi Calendar hasn't gotten to double figures, or in fact she has, but hasn't really lit up the tournament as she would like to. Has time on her hands, along with skipper Alia Alin. The leading run scorer in the tournament so far, Amanda Edwards with 90 runs, start with a loose delivery short and wide. Should have been 2, but just jogged for 1.
Yeah, she need to be tighter on the line of the off stump. Can't give these batters width. Not that type of bowler that looks to turn the ball. Tries to keep it wicket to wicket and then vary her pace pretty well.
Is having a good tournament so far, Amanda Edwards. Diving Kiana. Can't stop that one. No, they come back for 2. So better running on that occasion. Yeah, Amanda Edwards on the leaderboard with 6 wickets. 4th, well, down to 5th because Nijani Komabach is now the leading wicket taker. 9 wickets to her name in the tournament.
The person that usually pick up that 1 and 2 wicket for Barbados. But today, a big haul. Short again. Out. Oh, there. It's a single. I mentioned he's not that type of bowler that looks to spin the ball a lot. She just tried to keep it wicket to wicket and vary her pace. And that's what I'm talking about. Try to keep it close. Dot to finish. A good start from the skipper. It's now 40. Looking at the Leeward Islands batting innings. Less dot balls we have seen still. Batting innings. Yeah, this is a test here for Barbados. She is someone that understands her bowling. She can spin it when she wants to. Do have that straighter one that just slides back into the right-handers. So if they can see her out without getting a wicket, they'll be well on their way. Bad delivery, hit straight to the field, that square leg, no run.
Yeah, and you saw the reaction from skipper Ali Aline. Knows that Kiana got away with that delivery. Big smile on Kiana's face.
Looking to bowl that line on close to middle. Not trying to give her any room, is Kiana. And that's what I'm talking about. That slider looks close. On move is Crawford.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of bounce. Not a bad decision. Thinking it over as well.
We've seen that consistent bounce throughout this entire match. Bounce saving on that occasion. Skipper Alia Aline was dismissed of the leg spinner, one coming back in, beating her on the outside edge. Kiana Joseph just looking to keep cramping her for room. It's working out quite well so far. Kiana Joseph just coming through and around to the right-handed batter. Slight change of angle to end that over. Barbados woman 42 for 3 at the end of 8. Skipper Amanda Edwards, that one, should have been stopped by Kiana. Bit short to start by Amanda Edwards. Hitting that one straight to Kiana, who misfields.
Just wondering what it would be like with someone like a Kiana Joseph with new ball in hand.
She did bowl with the new ball versus Guyana. It was quite a successful ploy, did pick up a wicket. But I think there's a preference to have Jazara Claxton open the bowling. She came second change in that match. Couldn't quite find her line and length. Perhaps maybe disturbed her a bit, but we see today when she opened the bowling how well she has done. So perhaps the consideration was for that in this match. I'm only speculating, of course, from what I've seen so far. But Kiana has opened the bowling and did so quite well in that game versus Guyana.
Yeah, she definitely would be a handful, and it's all about matchups.
But equally, from what we've seen in this over, having her in the middle phase of the game can also pay off for Leeward Islands. Maybe because that game versus Guyana was a low-scoring contest, less than 100 runs. So perhaps wanted her to get into the game early, put them on the back foot. There's a concussion check for Sabi Kalinda, the non-strikers end. In this game, they have a bit more runs to play with, so can stay with their regular plans of having Hector and Jazara Claxton open the bowling.
Just giving the Leeward team a bit of time to chat things out. Yeah, but she definitely can be a handful with the new ball. The fact that she understands her game and she spins the ball when she wants and bowls that slider. And with Barbados team, with the amount of right-handers that they have, the ball going away from them can become a challenge. And this is what I like about Alina, how she have played this tournament. You could see that energy whenever she gets to the crease and the intent to score, especially in this format. Yeah, hitting this one hard down the ground. Would it get to the boundary? No, it won't. Cut off. And this is what you want from the most of the batters. Yes, she's playing international cricket, and this is a level below. But her intent to score is always there. Swatting this one across. It's a singler out to mid-wicket. I must say a big improvement in this game with the dot ball percentage. Singler to end that over. Score is now 47 for 3. That ball so far, 9 overs. Yeah, the Leeward Islands just bat about 52 or so. But we are comparing that to 52 dot balls compared to 68 and 71, 72 dot balls. So big turnaround in this game, and so far just about 28 or so. So for us here in the comebacks, we will see a big improvement. For Leeward Islands to only bat about 52 dot balls or so after being under so much pressure, losing wickets in clusters.
Yeah, it's important that they keep the tempo of runs flow Barbados, because you don't want to get too far behind the game. So already more runs required than balls remaining. Picking off singles like that until you can get a loose delivery to put away. So significant to the outcome of this match.
Yeah, too much room this time. Cutting out to point. Looking for two. Looking for two is skipper. And they get there easily. Yeah, a little bit of misfeel out there.
Yeah, good alertness from skipper Alia Alin. Recognizing that the fielder had a misfield and getting into action right away to call her youngster to get the 2. Bit of cat and mouse between these two. The second time I've seen Alia Alin pull away, not quite ready. Just letting Kiana wait a little bit more.
Both players will know each other quite well. Play for West Indies. Calendar. Is it Ali? Aline it is. The wicket of Aline. Kiana Joseph into the wickets. Their flighted delivery. They're going over that one. Playing outside. Sneaking through bat and pad is Kiana Joseph. She has to go.
Yeah, really smart piece of bowling from Kiana Joseph. Ali Aline is staying leg side of those deliveries for the most part and just bowling it a touch fuller on the line of the leg stump. And Ali Aline looking to play an expansive drive. And that's a big wicket in the context of this game. Skipper Ali Aline. Not a lot of batting to come. Yes, you have the likes of Selman and Alison Gordon who's sweeping well. But in terms of players who can take the game home for you, Ali Aline was one that they would have wanted to stay there for a bit longer. But at the end of that, the fall of that wicket rather, the teams will take a drinks break and we will take a break as well. Yes, welcome back after the drinks break. One ball remaining in this Kiana's over to complete her second. And the 10th, Shakira Selman is the new batter in. 51 for 4 at the end of 10, Barbados women, with a lot of work to do if they are to get up to 119 runs. Leeward Islands women working well with their set plans so far, as I am joined by Alanson Cruikshank. Hello to you, Alanson.
Yes, hello to you, Stacey, and to all our viewers, wherever you may be, especially those from the Leeward Islands and Barbados, glued to this fixture.
Skipper Amanda Edwards to continue. Sweeping well is Asabi Calendar. Not enough power on it, so it won't get to the fence. But 2 runs nonetheless, much needed a lot now on the youngster's shoulder. Yes, you have the likes of Shakira Selman, who plays the situation well from what we've seen of her in the tournament. So her experience in staying calm out there will be important with the young Asabi Kalinda.
Kalinda is an interesting one. She opened the batting for Barbados on a few occasions last year. Does seem to have a very good technique, but doesn't seem to be as fluent against the spin bowling. They're trying to develop her in the middle order.
And you're looking at the spin bowling, there is an appeal. They managed to scramble through to get a single. But coming into this match, Barbados, they lost 17 wickets before this match. 15 of those wickets fall into spin. And a number of the teams, they have bowled equal parts of spin and pace to them. Windies Islands in that game when they played, none of the pacers were able to get a wicket. 7 wickets fell, all going to spinners.
There's now something that has to be noted for the teams that are coming up against them. Of course, we have seen that the conditions do favor the spinners. There's a bit of bounce, there's a bit of turn.
It's working that one nicely. Should get 2 if they want it.
But maybe not enough to merit such a large discrepancy between the wickets falling to one discipline versus the other. So something to keep an eye on as we go further into the tournament in terms of how teams strategize against their opponents based on what they have seen so far in the tournament.
Yeah, Amanda Edwards looking to add to her wicket tally. 6 of them so far in the tournament. One short and wide. A good throw, a better throw. Perhaps would have seen Asabi Kalinda in some trouble. But they managed to get a second run because of that wayward throw. Boyce was unable to gather it. And to end the 11th, Barbados women 58 for 4.
There's some quick moving there from Claxton, who is really like a whippet in the field. As you mentioned, she threw that one off balance, so didn't get it accurately back to Boyce. Accurate through definitely would have had them in some problems, as she was able to gather and feel that ball very quickly. So maybe a half chance there for the Leeward Islands against the Barbados team. All is well that ends well for Barbados though.
A lengthy conversation in between overs between Selman and Asabi Kalinda. It's good to have someone as experienced as her just keeping the nerves in check for the youngster. It's letting her know what is required at this stage. It's Kiana Joseph, who's had a good outing with the ball in hand in this contest. Already picking up that key wicket of Alia Aline.
Can't count too many bad balls that she has bowled.
And nicely worked into the gap. Can get 2 if they want it. Really good running again by Shakira Selman. And still looking, just in case there's a bubble by the fielder, backing up to see if she can get a 3rd. The good stuff here on show. A bit of revenge for Kiana. Alia Aline did pick up her wicket in the first innings. Kiana decided it's my turn now to have a laugh. One looks as if she almost played that back onto her stump with the back of the bat.
Almost did. Pitching just around that leg stump, looking to sweep. Off the bottom edge.
Use of the feet. Getting an outside edge. And again, alert to the run.
Keeper Boyce not looking very happy. And I think that there should have been a run there. Really went straight to Maynard, it looks like, down there. Boyce is remonstrating. And that should not have been a run.
If you're sitting and looking at proceedings before you come into bat, you should be able to identify the weaker fielders. This one is flighted. A huge appeal. Similar delivery to what extracted Alia Alin. However, that one wasn't on the line of the stump.
She's looking to bowl that delivery just under the bat, giving it some flight and causing it to dip.
Fully forward to end the over there, Shakira Selman. 12 overs bowl, Leeward Islands. Barbados women, 61 for 4. Couldn't get the words out there, Alanson.
Yes, just still an evenly poised game, Stacey. 58 needed from 8 overs, so it's not an exorbitant rate that is required. However, with 4 wickets down, it's the period here for the next few overs that Barbados have to ensure that they don't lose too many wickets to make it too difficult for them in the last few overs. Leeward so far, the Leeward's women, they have maintained their discipline. These 2 spinners in particular have bowled well. Joseph and the skipper Edwards. Edwards not really turning the ball much, but is extremely consistent with her line and length. So you have to come at her if you want to score runs. Not giving you that much to work with.
Also have the likes of Dabronique Maynard. Just beating her. Flighted. And oh, what wonderful glove work by Renise Boyce. Just falling over at the last moment. Asabi calendar. And they have the much needed wicket that they want, Leeward Islands.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see that from the side. As she stretches out, but you know, quite often when you come forward like that, your momentum pulls the back foot forward. But what a lot of players do is that as a ball passes them, they're able to get back some balance and push back the back foot. Ours never really got back, you know. So, good keeping there, good take from Boyce.
Yeah, her back foot just lifted. It was dragged all the way out on the line. You know, the line belongs to the umpire, but it lifted at the last moment. So, nicely weighted as well by Boyce. Collected it cleanly and just waited at that split second. Saw something similar in that contest, Guyana versus Jamaica by Mandy Mangru. Really good stuff from Renise Boyce. Good umpiring as well. You have to give them their commendations when they do get things right. Umpires, they do come into a lot of stick from the viewers and ourselves sometimes, but that was exceptional umpiring as it was keeping.
Umpire Crawford at square leg. You mentioned a while ago the difference between the better fielders and the ones who are a bit weaker. Team like Leeward Islands, you do have some amazing fielders actually. And then you have one or two who are not as confident they feel.
Yeah, I see backward square leg going back. Alison Gordon. Well planned, you'll say. She is someone that will sweep, loves to sweep. Let's see how she goes here to Amanda Edwards. Right away, short of a length. Should have been taken. It was so close to the fielder. It was in the air for a long time. Did not make good enough ground to get it. And Alison Gordon gets off the mark in all of that.
Yeah, you've seen that quite a few times in this tournament. Catches really lobbing over fielders in the 30-yard circle. So the trajectory is not picked up early enough to get to that drop zone. And it's not a case where the catches are far from them. So maybe just a few earlier steps in the correct direction and you'll be there waiting for the catch. Especially on this side of the field, you know that the wind is blowing the ball further. So you have to try to go back as quickly as possible.
This one is skied. It's in the air. Amanda Edwards, safe hands, gets under it. She's not going to put it down. And she gets another. Now up to 8 wickets in the tournament. Has been magnificent with bat. Leading run scorer so far in the tournament. and now adding to her wickets tally.
This is very good bowling. As I said, you have to go at her if you have to get the runs. She's not giving you anything that is loose. And now she has gotten 2 wickets in this over. The experience of Selma now walks back to the hut. And now it's looking quite precarious for Barbados here now, having lost 6 wickets in this chase.
Into the surface, Shakira Selman saw that it was short of a length, but the bounce again, we've been seeing that consistent bounce, particularly from that end, from the spinner. Saw it with Tiani Herbert, Mayers earlier, Nijani Cumberbatch to some extent, and Amanda Edwards, much taller than both of these bowlers, so she will extract that extra bounce off the surface. And again, perhaps would have been better served looking to hit that through the offside, perhaps a cut shot being employed there. But you do understand what she was thinking. The shorter side, the side with the wind. Get some good bat onto that. Could have seen it sailing into the stands. Unfortunately for Barbados, they lose another wicket. But Leeward Islands, they are up and about in this inning. 62 for 6. Barbados women, a lot of work to do. These two, Alison Gordon and Shamilia Connell, did manage to get them over the line in that first match. But a lot more runs. This one is fuller. There's a loud appeal. Maria Abbott does not think so. Yeah, heading down with the angle.
It's what a very good length. Getting under the back there of O'Neill. That if she persists with it, she may get some rewards.
Very slow, extremely tempting. Alison Gordon is looking for a run, but her partner is not interested. But that was so slow. Shamilia Connell was through the shot before the ball even arrived.
See now the bowling nose here from Edwards.
A little bit quicker on that occasion. Manages to get off the mark to end the over. 2 wickets coming from it and 2 runs. 63 for 6 at the end of 13.
There's a skipper Edwards at the end of the first spell. 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 17. Good spell from the captain of the Leeward Islands women's team as they try to defend a score of 118. And Barbados now 63 for 6 after 13 overs, going at 4.85. The required run rate now has climbed up to 8 runs and over, which will demand a lot more aggression from those who are left. And will also give wicket-taking opportunities to the bowlers because of the risks that have to be taken.
And you know, Shamilia Connell, she's going to play her shots. They have the right fielders in place, the boundary riders, long on, long off, mid-wicket. These are the areas that she looked to target. Right away, she's looking to go down the ground. There's an appeal again for stumping. And umpire Maria Abbott, the finger goes up. Shamilia Connell looks perplexed, standing there, wondering what has occurred.
Definitely want to see that replay, Stacey. And the side-on camera. Stretching again to go forward. Will be interesting to see what is behind her. I think she was out because looking at where the front of her foot, back foot is from that angle, there's a good chance that she was not behind the crease. But let's see from the side on. Clearly.
Yeah, easy decision. Very easy decision. She thought that she got back. She shifted that back foot to the leg side and it was out. Did not manage to get it down in time. And yeah, easy decision for umpire Maria Abbott. Kiana has another.
I think technically what some players do when they're playing against the spin, because you see that the back of the leg is actually up in the air. What some players do is that they put the toe, the actual top of the toe, down to face the pitch. That if they have to slide back, it's much easier to slide back like that, as opposed to having to put back down the heel.
I love how I get an action replay from you, Alison Cruikshank, in the com box. A bit short to start, Tiani Herbert Mayers. Would love to have a camera on you when you're demonstrating or remonstrating what has occurred. But nicely done.
It's part of being an instructor or teacher.
Nice pace, nice flight.
I tell you what, this spell in combination, that partnership between Joseph and Edward, I think the bowling from these two over the last few overs have really turned the game now in favor of the Leeward Islands.
One thing I can say of Kiana Joseph, I mean, I can say many things about her. Doing an exceptional job with ball in hand. She always has a smile on her face, always enjoying her cricket. Always thinks she's in the game with batter or ball. With every delivery bowl, thinks that it's so close to picking up a wicket. 4 dots in this over, along with a wicket so far.
You know how well Stacey, being her former teammate at Leeward Islands level. Extremely slow delivery. It's a moon ball, as they used to call it here. Able to get the single. Ends her spell. Talk to us about that spell, Stacey. 4 overs, 2 for 10.
Yeah, and I already mentioned exceptional. You're looking at me to bring out any superlatives that I can to explain that. I mean, it's been brilliant from her. She is aware of what the batters don't want, and what they don't want is extremely slow. And that is what she did in that over. In that spell, I beg your pardon. That last delivery was reminiscent of that. Extremely slow, tempting the batters, and accuracy has also been good. The lines and lengths.
Fantastic job, Stacey. That's why I asked you to describe that spell.
Yeah, being a batter herself, she knows that a little bit more pace on the ball is a lot easier to hit. And in this tournament, the pacers, the spinners, I beg your pardon, they're always in the top 10 of the wicket taking. Rizal Leeward, not a spinner. Comes a bit side on, slants it across you. Sometimes it comes back. So a bit of mystery, you'll say, from Leeward.
Yeah, interesting action.
Nicely struck down the ground. Haven't seen Davronique Maynard with ball in hand just fielded that delivery. But she too is someone that has been picking up bags full of wickets in this tournament.
They're looking a good side, the Leeward Islands team. I think that based on how they have played today, they are looking like the side to beat. It doesn't mean necessarily that they will win the competition, because cricket is played on the day. But in terms of the side itself and the structure of the team and the roles that the players are playing, they are looking at a very organized unit.
Bit quicker. Down the leg side. Boys got in the way of that, slowed it down, so they managed to pick up a single, but it should be, in fact, it's been called byes. I thought it was very wide, but it's been called byes instead.
I found that the umpires have been quite lenient in terms of the wide calls in this tournament, so that wide line has been modified just a little bit recent, I see. Just to give the bowlers a bit more protection. Bowlers are really underfying the white ball versions of the game, Stacey. Huh?
Yeah. Just going back to what you mentioned about Leeward Islands being the team to beat. They narrowly missed out on a place in the final last year. They've come out like a team on a mission in this tournament, on their way to their 4th big victory. I think that was nicely played from her. Couldn't find the gap. There's a chance for a run out. Alison Gordon, who's been starved of the strike, only faced 2 deliveries since she's come out to bat.
Yeah, she's looking a bit frustrated, but no need to run out yourself.
So another dot to finish. There's 2 runs coming from that over. 66 for 7 at the end of 15.
Yeah, and this will be the challenge for the Barbados team, because most of their power is back in the hut, back in the dugout, as we say in this 2020 version of the game. And they do need all of 10.6 runs per over from here on to win. So it is a challenge As we see Maynard now being introduced into the attack. And with the slower bowlers really predominantly taking up the attack here, we have seen in the tournament that the quicker bowlers, to a large extent, have been easier to score off once the ball is coming on nicely, and that the spinners have consistently gotten the ball to bounce and to turn on the surfaces.
Yeah, Maynard, 6 wickets to her name at an economy of 4.4. That's with a foolish delivery outside the line of the off stump.
Very interesting bowling action. Straighter arm than what we saw from Leeward. Leeward goes beyond the perpendicular. Very low arm. Higher arm action from Maynard, but
You know that sweep shot was always coming. Alison Gordon has perfected that shot.
just talking about her action, it seems to just delay it at the point of delivery. Just almost stops. So releases the ball almost as she's airborne.
Working it to the leg side, but they need a lot more than that at this point in time. Run rate required up to 11.
Yeah, the singles won't do. Singles won't do at all. And the Leeward Islands will be happy if a single could come off the remaining deliveries that they have to bowl.
And you just go back to that partnership, Tonya Martin and Jazara Claxton. How valuable, how important was that knock of Tonya Martin coming into this match today, replacing Kimberly Anthony? She has been the difference so far. The bowling has been good. It's cutting this one straight to Claxton. Yes, the bowlers have done their job, but think about if you take away that 23 runs that Tonya Martin scored, how easy it would be for Barbados at this point in time to get over the line.
Important point, I'll get back to it shortly. It was more than the 23 runs, it was really the partnership that they shared. And they put on just over 30 runs after the team was 47 for 6, Claxton and Martin. And Martin was the aggressor, so there seemed to be clear roles where Claxton was attempting to bat through the innings and Martin was looking to just attack the bowling. But she did a good job. We're joined in the commentary box now by Keswick Williams. As we come towards the end of this game, take you through to the finish. 51 needed from 4 overs. 12.75. Leeward continues to her half-spin counterpart on the other side. Herbert Mayers struggling to get the ball away. That's not what Barbados would need at this time. It's this one down the ground. We'll get a single. Brings Gordon on to strike. 50 needed from 3.4 overs, Keswick. You see them getting over the line.
Yeah, very difficult from here now. Not saying Gordon or Tiani Herbert Mayers can't do it, but we haven't seen any one of these players being able to get it over the boundary as regular as a Ebony Brathwaite or Kamabash Wood or even Alia Aline. And this is the problem that I was talking about. So far, we haven't seen Barbados in the last game. Windward sort of open up their batting lineup when they remove Ebony Brathwaite early. It was a bit more difficult to get to the score. But they got over the line with both batters here who's at the crease now. They got over the line against the Windward Islands. Obviously, they didn't have 117 to run down, or 118.
Yeah, something that they have to be mindful of because they seem to have a very good all-round team. But Van Brathwaite, maybe to let's say, hitting power. Really there.
Yeah, looking for two, a bit sloppy by the skipper. It's good for Barbados in a sense that their middle is getting to open up early in the tournament, because sometimes you find your top order doing most of the lifting, and when it's time to really do that lifting, especially in that semi-finals or playoff, because your middle order isn't exposed enough throughout the tournament, what happens is that you find it feel foreign to the middle order because they are not accustomed to batting. But in this case, Barbados usually start well in the first two games, started well, and it was a cruise to the middle to win the game. The last game against the Windward Islands, loud appeal. This looks pretty close. Yes, it is. Yeah, another wicket for the Leeward Islands. Leeward picking up a first wicket. Gordon have to go.
Yeah, not much choice here from Gordon, but having to go for that one. Yes, had some turn on that delivery, Leeward, and that was her favorite shot. So if she was going to go on the attack, she was going to sweep. So the pressure really telling now on the Barbados team. 75 for 8. They do require another 14.67 runs per over to get the 44 runs that they need in the 3 overs remaining, and only 2 wickets in hand. So you will see now coming out to bat with Mayers. I think Elliott will be the last batter. So we'll see who replaces Gordon. It will be Bruce. Shanika Bruce. Yes, Shanika Bruce coming in at number 10. Can hold the bat up, but you don't expect her to be scoring at anywhere near 15 runs per over. So really, there's a lot of work here to be done as Maynard continues now to Herbert Mayers. Driven nicely, but straight back to the bowler. Cannot score. Maynard in her first over went for only 2 runs.
Exactly what the doctor ordered. They're trying to go down the ground, almost find the fielder there at short mid-wicket. Just slipping a little.
As the ball was going in the air, I said out to myself because it was quite close to her, but as she was ready to just push off and get the power to move, slipped. So probably a bit of luck there for the Barbados team.
Yeah, really good work here from the Leeward Islands. It's a sort of an up and down game, especially when they were batting. They managed to get to 118, which we definitely know would have been a challenging total. They came out. They used their 2 strike bowlers in the power play alone. Josiah Claxton and Hector. They both bowled pretty well, picked up wickets as well.
Yeah, and Keswick, 2 things really contributed to that. One was mentioned earlier, to that score, the partnership between Martin and Paxton, but also the impetus that they got in that first power play. So they were scoring very quickly, getting to about 44, I think, of the first 6. 46 of the first 6 overs. So that was something that because of the platform, didn't put as much pressure on Martin and Claxton as they went into that partnership. They were able just to knock it around, to take what was on offer, and not look to press too hard to put themselves in a position where they will lose even more wickets.
Yeah, just remember that the Leeward Islands team almost got a batting point in that first power play as well. So they're a team that have been playing well. Both teams, they actually have been playing well. Really, some people in the stands have been talking from the starting of this tournament, and almost everyone have been looking at the Barbados and the Leeward Islands to probably be the finalists in this year's tournament. But this will allow the Barbados team to go back to the dressing room and think about how are we going to go about scoring if we lose early wickets, if we lose a Ebony Brathwaite. Because really and truly, our opening partner in Trishan Holder, she's the one that really rotates the strike, give Ebony the strike to take charge. So this is a discussion that Barbados have to have now. Yeah, driving, but only finding the edge, getting close to the boundary. Yeah, definitely will be cut off. 2 runs added to the score. So a discussion the Barbados team will have to have going into the business end of the tournament. How are we going to score if we lose early wickets? And how are we going to maintain pressure in the power play, outside the power play, against a team like the Leeward Islands?
I think we could know what to expect from the Leewards for sure. And they will continue to play the same type of cricket going forward. Especially with the batting being very aggressive in the power play. Didn't really come off fully for them today because quite a few of their aggressive batters were dismissed early. So you could imagine if they have a power play where all of them get off. It'd be very devastating to their opponents.
Yeah, driving nicely through the gap. Yeah, nice timing. It's a good shot from Bruce.
As I said before, she could handle the willow. Something that you generally see through most the Barbados team that you have known over the years. Ever cricket, whether it's male or female cricket. Batting at 10, but that was a shot that a top order player would be pleased with. But a wide delivery from Leeward, so just losing our way a little bit. You want to maintain your disciplines. You only have 6 deliveries left, but you want to keep up that intensity, especially with a few more games left in the tournament.
The Leeward Island teams is really a turnaround team ever since the inclusion of Kiana Joseph. We have seen a difference ever since the last tournament here in St. Vincent. They now have a player in their team that can start an innings for them with bat and ball. Just remember, Hector saw her last year for Leewards and immediately realized her talent and was actually selected for the West Indies team last year. Loved by the coach because of her aggressive nature with bat and ball. Josiah Claxton as well. Definitely expecting a lot from her. Striking it down the ground. Not enough bat. Straight to Hector out there at long on.
It's 5 deliveries left. 43 needed. So unless there's an extra delivery, not going to make these runs. And see the fielders being called into the circle now by the skipper. The exception of the long on and the deep mid wicket. One else back in the circle. Another dot delivery. So 4 deliveries remaining in this innings. I think now we could probably safely say that the Leeward Islands will remain undefeated and Barbados will record their first defeat of the tournament.
Really and truly, when you look at how Leeward Islands play today, definitely say that they were the better team. Coming back from losing 3 wickets in the power play to 4 wickets, in the power play to 6 wickets just outside the power play. Claxton and Martin, it didn't have a lot of wickets to work with. The wicket column was really drifting away. But they stood there and they fought and get their team to a commanding total and another wicket to really cement things for the Leeward Islands. Easy catch, second catch for Kiana Joseph. A little bit of a celebration from the Leeward Islands bowler in Maynard.
It was the shortest delivery outside the arse. I'm looking to punch it was Albert Mayers, but didn't find a gap and also punch it uppishly. And of the players there in the covers that you wouldn't want to hit straight to, it's Kiana Joseph. Generally safe hands. So Barbados have slumped now to 87 for 9. And the 32 required from 1 delivery. Of course, that's not possible. But they would want to see, even if they could hit a 6 off this last delivery to get as close as possible to the score. But really, the Leewards must be commended for an overall performance that showed some quality with bat, with the ball, and also in the field. The last batter for Barbados comes out. The bat. Keeler Elliott, ex-spinner. Be on strike. Tapping away at the wicket at the West Indies batsmen of yonder years. Is this one quite nicely and ends the game. Defends it with a plum and probably will be asking the skipper if she could bat probably 1 higher up to number 10 in the next game.
Well, she's not out. Yeah, that's a Reading to her name. Yeah, Leeward Islands winning this game pretty easy. Continue their powerful performance throughout this tournament. They're standing tall. Even while their batting look under pressure in the power play and just outside while they were losing wickets. They were scoring runs but losing wickets. That partnership between Claxton and Martin really helped them to stay afloat and then start to glide on top of the waters. Yeah, the Leeward Islands scoring 118. Barbados, yeah, losing by 31 runs. Couldn't get there. Really good bowling from the Leeward Islands. Both bowlers in the power play, Josiah Claxton and Hector, came out, picked up wickets, realized that if they have any way of winning this game, they have to take wickets early. Both bowls bowl in the power play, 3 overs each, and that did the trick for the Leeward Islands.
The spinners came on afterwards, Skipper Edwards and the Kiana Joseph, who were both miserly, not really giving anything away, and they were able to take a few wickets as well. And that really just stymied any hopes that the Barbados team would have had getting over the line today. But of course, this is only one of 3 games today. We'll be back at 2:30 when we have the Trinidad and Tobago women taking on the Guyanese women. And of course, there's always some extra sauce when Trinidad and Tobago plays Guyana. So that will be interesting at 2:30. So join us then as we have live action for you again in the CWI Women's T20 Blaze 2026.